be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting. With me here in socially distanced real life is Sherry Redeman, City Clerk. She will work alongside Vice Mayor Finkeldye to facilitate the meeting proceedings. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. During the meeting, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, I may mute or unmute people as needed. Each time you speak, please remember to state your name for the benefit of those listening remotely. In the menu, you can also turn your camera on or off by clicking the video icon. For the purposes of this public meeting, please keep your video on during the meeting. If you are participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. For those using Zoom, somewhere on your screen, you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all the meeting participants on video. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Vice Mayor Finkeldye.
Thank you, Porter. And I'll take roll call. Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Commissioner Shipley?
Here.
Commissioner Boley?
Here.
Thank you. And Commissioner Nanda, as I mentioned, is unable to be here this evening. And before we proceed on with the agenda, I'll ask Sherry Redeman, our city clerk, for reminders on how this meeting shall proceed.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Sherry Redeman, City Clerk. I want to provide a few reminders to ensure that the provisions of the Kansas Open Meetings Act are met. Commissioners, you must state your name and title each time you speak. All motions will need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, the Vice Mayor will call on commissioners individually to provide their vote. Vice Mayor, you will then need to announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. Various members of city staff are present via Zoom, and they must also state their name and title each time they speak. Individuals who signed up in advance to provide public comment remotely will be called upon by name. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. The Vice Mayor will then call for in-person public comment for those without access to technology options. Staff present will direct you to the podium to speak, following social distancing and safety protocols. And the regular 3-minute time limit will apply. Thank you.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Thank you, Sherry. And I'm sure I'll need some reminders as the evening goes along, since it's the first time I've tried this in the Zoom setting. But the first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Do any of the commissioners have any changes to the agenda, or do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Boley. I move we approve the agenda.
Commissioner Larson, second.
The Commissioner Boley has moved to approve the agenda, seconded by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Boley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Can I make a comment? Did we ask the public if they wanted to remove anything, or do we do that?
Not on the agenda.
Oh, on the agenda. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Way ahead. Sorry. Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Finkeldye, aye. It passes 4-0. Commissioner Lawson's trying to throw me off from the get-go, but we'll
That's the plan.
roll with you.
Sorry about that.
Nope. Vice Mayor Finkeldye, next is our recognition and proclamations. While we always want to recognize exceptional work in the community during the coronavirus pandemic, with our commitment to public safety and compliance with the Kansas Governor's order, individuals and groups will not be allowed to attend the commission meetings to make remarks and receive their proclamations. Instead, we'll be promoting the proclamations on social media. We have 4 proclamations, all of them incredibly important, and I look forward to seeing them and promoting them on social media. We are to proclaim October 7th Energy Efficiency Day, proclaim October 12th as Indigenous Peoples Day, proclaim October 4th through 10th as Hiroshima, Japan Sister City Appreciation Week. And as a side note, I think this is our 20th anniversary with them, and some of us might have been in Japan at this moment, have it not been for coronavirus. And finally, proclaim the month of October Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Obviously, all of those are very important topics, very near and dear to the hearts of many in this community, and certainly we look forward to promoting those on our website and hope everyone looks at those and supports them. Next, we'll move on to the consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Consent agenda items are eligible for live public comment. Individuals wishing to provide live public comment must register as outlined at the top of the agenda. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. To begin with, do any commissioners have any items they'd like to pull from the consent agenda? Vice Mayor Finkel, I see none. I understand 2 members of the public who wanted to pull items, item C8E and C8G. Are there any members of the public present who want to pull any other items besides C8E and C8G from the consent agenda?
No, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I thank you. Seeing none, no others to be pulled from the consent agenda, I look for a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
This is Commissioner Boley. I move approval of the consent agenda with the exception of items C8E and C8G.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Vice Mayor Finkel, there's been a motion to approve the consent agenda other than C8E and C8G. Commissioner Boley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkel, aye. Motion passes 4-0. The first item to be removed is item C8E, and we'll ask the member of the public who pulled this item, Eleanor Gardner, to speak. I would note that this is somewhat tied to an issue that's on the bottom of our agenda. So let's focus this discussion on just the purchase as set forth in C8E. But Ms. Gardner, you can go ahead.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Gardner. I'm at 401 Mississippi Street in the Pinckney neighborhood. And I just was curious for some further explanation as to why this money was being proposed to be spent this way when it seems that the $267 something thousand could perhaps serve more homeless people if that money was spent instead by putting them in hotels and motels that would help the local businesses, the travel industry that's been hurt during this time. So that's just my point on that particular topic.
Vice Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you. Sherry, are there any members of the public present who'd like to speak on this item?
No, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Finkel, aye. Then bring it back to the commission for questions or comments.
Commissioner Larson, is there anybody from staff that would be able to address this?
Commissioner Larson, this is Casey Toomey, Assistant City Manager. I would offer that I believe that through the CARES Act funding, we do have some programs in the community that are partnering with hotels to try to use them. I know the Lawrence Community Shelter, for example, was working on a program where if residents that were at the shelter did test positive for COVID, that they had the ability to work with hotels to put folks up there so that they could be quarantined and isolated from the rest of the folks at the Lawrence Community Shelter. I don't know if that addresses the question or not, but I did want to offer that.
This is City Manager Craig Owens. I think Derek Rogers was trying to speak. It might have been muted. And
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. If Derek is trying to join us. I go ahead and ask this question while he joins us or tries to get his microphone working. Casey, isn't it true that I think the number was a little over $1.5 million went from the CARES Act that the county issued to various homeless outreach programs between tenants to homeowners, Family Promise, Burt Nash, Willow, etc. Does that number sound about right?
This is Casey Toomey, Assistant City Manager. I see the City Manager shaking his head. I'm not sure that I know that number off the top of my head, but I would ask if he wants to weigh in on that.
City Manager Craig Owens. I wouldn't have any more detail than that, but that sounds about right. I do see Jill Jellicoe from the county is also joined us. If I don't know whether she's available to make a comment on that, but she was a little more central in that.
Hi, yep, Jill Jolliker, Assistant County Administrator for Douglas County, and one of the coordinators for Recovery Support Function 3, which for the Housing and Human Services CARES Act funding. Yes, your number is correct, Commissioner Finkeldye. It was for rent stabilization, hotel stays for homeless populations for at least 2 organizations, including the Lawrence Community Shelter and Artists Helping the Homeless, rent assistance, utility assistance for a handful of organizations, and then just a variety of other emergency support functions that would ultimately benefit this population.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, thank you. And just to confirm that the money being appropriated tonight, and maybe Derek can answer it. It looks like he's on his phone now. This has been specifically allocated for these purchases, correct?
That is correct. This was the majority of the expenses with this project. There are other programs going on through Burt Nash to help house people in apartments and other needs, along with the Lawrence Community Shelter is working on a tiny house project which will serve a different clientele than this campsite will. And as an asset going through the COVID-19 beyond even this pilot program, these will be assets that could be used in the community to address homelessness, not only at this location, but at other sites throughout the city, either informal or sanctioned locations.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, thank you. Other questions or comments from commissioners?
Commissioner Larson, there's 3 of these. Is that correct, Derek?
That is correct. The initial plan was to get 3 shower, laundry, and latrine trailers. Based on the timing of production and the requirement of the CARES funds to be spent before the end of the year, we modified the purchase to 3 trailers without the laundry until we could get clarification, which it sounds like we may be able to spend some of the dollars after December 30th, or we'll spend them before the 30th for arrival of the product, the other trailer with laundry after. But these trailers were available now, and timing was, in our opinion, of the essence to address the needs. So that's why you will not see laundry in these trailers, and the cost for this contract was lower than initially expected.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, Derek, can you just identify yourself for the record there?
And Derek Rogers, Director of Lawrence Parks Recreation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Other questions, comments, motions?
This is Commissioner Bully. I move that we approve the purchase of 3 portable restroom and shower trailers from Portable Restroom Trailers LLC in the amount of $214,695 to support public health and hygiene at a temporary campsite for community members experiencing homelessness during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, we have a motion by Commissioner Bully and a second by Commissioner Lawson, moving for approval of item C. Commissioner Bully,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, aye. Passes 4-0. Next item pulled from the consent agenda was consent item C8G and related to Explore Lawrence. Patrick Wilbur asked for that to be pulled. Patrick, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, commissioners. My name is Patrick Wilbur. I live at 521 Durham Court. And I just had a few questions or clarifications on this item, and maybe it'll be a learning session for me. The first is this a typical, is the waiver a typical policy for the city? And if we've done this in the past, pre-COVID, are there any standards or metrics that we use to decide whether we do a waiver or not on rent such as this? My other two inquiries are based on if this is approved. First question is, should we try to find another tenant to backfill that $30,000 if Parks and Rec can find somebody to rent that space in the Carnegie building and make that money up for the taxpayers? And also, if the $30,000 is waived, does Explore Lawrence have a metric for measuring how that money saved is used and used to invest for future tourism and future benefit for the taxpayers? And I'll let anyone take a crack at that, and thank you for your time.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Let's go ahead and see if there's any other public comment, and then we'll get to all the questions at one time. Sherry, is there anyone present at the City Commission room that would like to make a comment on this item?
No, there isn't.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, thank you, Sherry. I do think those are some good questions raised by Patrick. I don't know, Craig or anyone wants to take the lead on answering a few of those?
Penny Holler, management analyst. I believe I can answer most of those questions. Vice Mayor and Commissioners, the request you see before you comes from Explore Lawrence. They are requesting a $30,000 reduction to the lease for office space of the community building. In reviewing this request, staff was trying to evaluate the balance between being responsible stewards of this public asset, which in this case means, charging fair rent for a fair rent, and supporting the city's travel and tourism industry through a key partner for an industry that has really been impacted with everything going on. I can answer some of the basic questions regarding the lease and Explore Lawrence. I will also say that Michael Davidson, Executive Director of Explore Lawrence, is also joining us for this call. I'll take the simple thoughts of, and I appreciated Mr. Wilbur's question on could we find another tenant if this were to be the case. And I would say at this point, we don't know the level of interest from any other groups who might be interested in using this space. Potentially there'd be costs we would incur because this space was retrofitted specifically for Explore Lawrence and Freedom's Frontier use of that space. So there might be additional costs if someone else had some different needs of the space. Looking at this as a temporary rent reduction, the request is for 2021 only. The lease just started in 2020 at $30,000 this year. So if this is truly a temporary rent reduction, that would be $120,000 of rent that we can expect to collect from Explore Lawrence over the course of 5 years. If that helps put some of that in perspective. would also sort of throw out the idea that while the funds are coming from Explore Lawrence, who also does receive transient guest tax funds, the commission has the option to look at this just primarily from the rent aspect. For 2021, that is an impact to the city's general fund. So I guess if Jeremy Wilmot, the finance director, doesn't have anything else to add to this item, Michael Davidson might have some other thoughts to answer on that.
Michael Davidson, Executive Director of School Lawrence. The request came basically, Patrick, because the tourism industry has been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. We are seeing right now about a 47% decrease in hotel revenue and a 50+ decrease in transient guest tax dollars. So this year, because of the shortfall, the city has already cut our budget in half. So we've received a little under $500,000 this year. So to keep this organization viable and moving ahead, we making this request. Even though the city has funded us fully for what we were supposed to receive in 2019, we all understand that that number is pretty soft. So we are concerned that we will not receive the funding that has been budgeted for 2021. So we're looking for any opportunity to save some dollars. As I pointed out in my letter, Freedom Frontier is not even coming to the office anymore, and I'm the only staff person who's coming to the office. And being in the office also sort of serves the city because the building is open and we do have a museum that people tend to come and visit. So that was, the essence of our request is I'm looking for every cent I can save to keep this organization moving ahead. And these $30,000, again, if all the funding comes in for next year, we'll go to what we primarily do. We're a marketing and sales organization. So that's what we'll do the efforts for, is to keep the organization floating and continuing to be the economic development agency we try to be. So thank you, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, any questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Shipley?
Commissioner Shipley, thanks, Vice Mayor. I am aware that Explore Lawrence moved the visitor center from North Lawrence to a rental space on Massachusetts. And now I happen to be aware of how much rent is being paid for that space, which, as far as I can tell, is more rent than you're paying the city for this space. So I wondered, had any consideration been given, since you were looking to save as much money as you could, to combining spaces or moving spaces to save those dollars?
In terms of the visitor center we opened at 812 Mass Street, the reason we moved to that location was the previous location in North Lawrence, even though it was a beautiful space and we really enjoyed being there, nobody came there. So when we opened the visitor center downtown, the numbers exploded. Thousands of more people have visited the visitor center since we opened it there. So that is, again, part of what we view as part of our economic development effort, the ability to have people come into the site where people are and where people are visiting. So we have no consideration for kind of trying to combine the two spaces. If you've been to the space, it's pretty small. It wouldn't really be able to house the rest of our staff. So we do like to, we like to maintain the space at Carnegie for uses that we need to have board meetings and things like that. But there's been no consideration to move everything over there, just not enough space to handle my staff.
Commissioner Larson here. I did have a question. Staff brought up that the Explore Lawrence asked for the reduction, the $30,000 reduction, but I'm reading the staff memo and it indicates they only asked for a $15,000 reduction. Can we explain the discrepancy there, please?
This,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
this is City Manager Craig Owens. It again is in line with trying to provide some assistance in the short term because of the pandemic, and some of the numbers that Mr. Davidson has given are accurate, and we do know that that is a sector that's been hit especially hard thus far, and it was really just in the spirit of trying to do that. With it, realizing that the revenue, we're not going to necessarily replace that revenue, but it is coming straight out of those funds that we support so heavily for tourism. So it was in the spirit of trying to provide them greater benefit.
Appreciate that. Commissioner Larson again. Michael, can you indicate why you didn't ask for the whole thing?
The board was trying to be a good community partner. We did discuss it at our board meeting, and it was a decision to only ask for half a break instead of the full. So that was a board decision, and that was what is reflected in the letter, that we looked at just a half a break. But of course, I would appreciate a full reduction of the rent for a year. That would be very helpful to us.
Thank you, Michael.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, are there other questions, comments, motions?
This is Commissioner Larson, and I move to authorize the city manager to sign an addendum to the Carnegie Building lease agreement that temporarily reduces Explore Lawrence's rent from $2,500 per month to $0 per month effective January 1st, 2021 and expiring December 31st, 2021.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. Courtney, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I muted that, sorry. Commissioner Shipley, Vice Mayor, could I ask you a question before we second the motion?
We probably need Vice Mayor Finkeldei, we probably need a second before we enter in discussion. This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I'll second the motion though, so then you can ask your question, Commissioner Shipley.
This is Commissioner Shipley. I am uncomfortable with the idea that that they're having to pay rent somewhere else. It seems a little bit like keeping a summer home. And I, of course, I want to support them. They're a very important economic engine. But do you see where I'm coming from here? I just want to be sure that we're all tightening our belts when we have to. And sometimes that means compromising things that a year ago seemed like a sure thing. So I just wondered if you had any feelings about that, Vice Mayor.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I guess my assumption, I can ask Michael, I assume there's a lease, and I think the city might be a nicer landlord than the landlord at the other location. But Mr. Davidson, can you tell us whether or not you have a lease that's still in effect in the other location such that you can't just leave it? And go ahead and identify yourself.
Yes, Michael Davidson, Explore Lawrence. Yes, we have a 5-year lease on that space, and we're, I guess, entering year 2, maybe 2.5 years we've been in there. I'm trying to remember it, but it is a 5-year lease that we have signed with the landlord.
Vice Mayor,
if I may.
Yes.
I would like to emphasize a couple of things. One is that the traffic, the walk-in traffic at the Mass Street Visitor Center has been significantly increased over what we had in North Lawrence. And we're serving the tourists better with that location. The second point I think I'd like to make is that I don't believe that we have been asked as a commission whether or not we would reduce the amount that we pay to Explore Lawrence from the transient guest tax. If we have been, then perhaps I was asleep at the switch. But I think that's a management decision. And I would invite the city manager to talk about that. But, you know, we're talking about reducing a payment from Explore Lawrence to the city, but we have also reduced the payment that we make to Explore Lawrence from the transient guest tax significantly.
Commissioner Larson, I did have another question if Commissioner Bowley's finished. I don't recall hearing an answer to Mr. Wilbur's question regarding whether we have a precedent for this, that we've done this before, or we've got some guidelines, or how does this work?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Unfortunately, with my short time here, I'm not the best person to give an answer on precedent, but I will say that we don't charge rents to a lot of tenants. Most of the rents that we charge are a nominal fee for like sharecropping of some of our gardening space. I think we have, you know, the low cost leases for some of our office spaces that are more of an in-kind service type of match rather than a true cash payment for rent. So when I tried to research it this afternoon, I did not find any occurrence that any of those rents have been lowered for financial hardship in the past. But I also would say they're not the same type of rent that that's what's being contemplated tonight.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'd like to go back and ask about whether the commission was asked about the reduction in the payment to Explore Lawrence from the transient guest tax. Was that a decision that we made?
Eric Rogers, Lawrence Parks Recreation. If you're asking, have we been communicating and working with Explore Lawrence, continuing relationship, and this started this summer. And so the request came from them, and through consideration and good partnership, and with everything going on with the COVID and the reduction of visitors to Lawrence and the impact on the guest tax, it was our recommendation that we would waive the full 100% of their rent for 2021, knowing that they'll be a strong partner and they'll still have 3 years on the lease for income.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I think what Commissioner Bowley is asking about is due to the drastic revenue decreases to the guest tax fund as well as other funds, was there a formal plan put together that discussed reductions? And no, there was not a formal plan that was put together. Conversations that we had with Mr. Davidson and his organization led us down the path of realizing that when you get 1/4 of your normal payment, there's just no way to simply sustain the full appropriation for the year. We did discuss this during the budget, but I don't believe any formal action was taken to formally reduce the contract.
This is Commissioner Bowley. Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate that clarification.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Do we have other comments before we move to the vote?
Mayor, this is Vice Mayor, this is Commissioner Shipley. I actually find Derek's point about having a strong renter for the next 3 years really compelling, and I'm glad that he said that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Seeing no other comments, I'll move to a vote. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, I'll vote aye. Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
The motion passes 4-0. That moves us on to public comment. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda or regular agenda portions of the agenda. After first being recognized, as a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Individuals wishing to provide live public comment must use the process on the agenda. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. We have 4 people signed up in advance and maybe some in the commission room, but I'll start with the ones signed up in advance. Ann Fowler, if you're here, you can speak and you have 3 minutes.
Evening, my name is Ann Fowler, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm here as one representative of the Mutt Run Advocates, the group formed in opposition to the KDOT cost share grant, excuse me, which will change what is now a 1-lane gravel road bordering the north side of the Mutt Run into a 2-lane paved road. We were stunned when we read the announcement of this grant in the Journal World because this project was developed without any input from the people who use the Mutt Run. The city's capital improvement plan for the category of long-term planning clearly states that community input should be gathered and a project should have broad community support. You recently received a letter from our group and a copy of the Save the Mutt Run petition, which had 1,275 signatures at the time it was sent. Both of these express our deep appreciation of the Mutt Run and our justifiable opposition to putting a road through it. I hope you will read through some of the heartfelt comments to see why so many people cherish the Mutt Run as it is. We met with city staff at the Mutt Run about a month ago to communicate our concerns. They seemed surprised there was any opposition, which concerned us because they already were so far along with the project. They told us that a steering committee would be formed to discuss the dog park and the road. We assumed this would include discussion of alternatives. However, last week we learned that the committee will begin meeting only after the city commission approves funding. It appears that completing the road is a given, pending approval, and that no alternatives will be considered. We were stunned again, this time at what appears to be bad faith. We object to the cost share grant's justification for the road because, first, the provision of, quote, much more direct access to the dog park, golf course, and outlet park, end quote, is contraindicated because it would bring more traffic into an area where traffic flow is already of major concern. Next, the existing gravel road could easily be used for emergencies with the installation of remotely controlled gates at both ends. And last, idle wait times, which are of concern to those who use the youth sports complex, are already being addressed by KDOT as a result of an extensive study completed by WSP earlier this year. KDOT has additional recommendations yet to consider. Since the K10 27th Street intersection will not be an issue once the improvements are completed by KDOT, it makes sense to us to see if smaller and much less expensive changes can be made in the interim. Our petition is asking for time to explore these changes. Thanks very much.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. And that does remind me, I should have added that they're all written public comments in the agenda, including, as referenced by Ms. Fowler, the letter from her and the petition. I would go ahead and ask staff, do we expect, is there a timeline for when we might expect this in front of the City Commission, or is that the next step?
Can I say something? I'm not a staff, but
No.
I will.
Well, Ms. Fowler, let's wait till we get the answer, then we'll.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We anticipate bringing a recommendation to form a steering committee and get authorization to proceed with initiating the project and soliciting RFQ for design to the commission tentatively October the 20th at that meeting.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. And to ask the question, I think Ms. Fowler would want to ask if we decide not to proceed at that point, that would be an option, correct? Not to proceed at all.
Dave Cronin, city engineer, that is correct. You'd have the option not to proceed at all. So that would be a decision for that meeting.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, thank you. Any other questions or comments before moving on? Commissioner Shipley.
Commissioner Boley, I think it's important that we move on with, rather than engaging too much on the issue. This is public comment. We refer these things to staff and we're edified by hearing the comment. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, that's a fine point. Thank you, Commissioner Boley. And we do have, it looks like it'll be on a soon to be future agenda item. So that makes sense. And so we know it'll be coming back. Commissioner Shipley had a point.
Vice Mayor, I do have a question, and I think it's important to ask it now. Dave Cronin is aware that he had informed the multimodal transportation that they would be seeing it. And I think at the time that he said that, my impression was that it would be before it got to us, but it doesn't look like that's how it's moving. So I wondered if we could clarify that.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We discussed the project last night very generally as what the where we're at with it, which is we're just starting. We got a grant from KDOT to proceed to fund the project, and it's in the 2021 budget. And so other than that, we haven't presented any design plans to the Multimodal Transportation Commission, and that would be further down the line if we proceed with the project.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, thank you. So Ms. Fowler, we'll probably see you again on October 20th. Thank you for being here. Next on public comment is Adrian Donovan. If I said that right?
Yes, I'm Adrian Donovan, and I'm actually here as well to speak about the Mutt Run Dog Park. I'm a member of the Mutt Run Advocacy Group, and I have concerns about the 27th Road Expansion Project too, and I was hoping to get that on your radar before you guys meet to discuss the KDOT cost share grant. So the city staff have stated that a primary motivation for this project is to address concerns about safety at the intersection of 27th Street and K10. And the members of my group don't dispute the significance of safety at this intersection. I think we can all agree that that's a dangerous intersection. What we're here to argue is that the 27th Road Expansion Project will not fix the problem. In fact, by increasing traffic through that intersection, the problem might be made worse. And we're also concerned that in an attempt to solve one problem, the city will create others, like negatively impacting the wildlife at Clinton State Park or increasing congestion at other intersections like the one at Clinton Parkway and K10. And lastly, we ask that the city consider whether this project is fiscally responsible. This road will cost a significant amount of money during a time when our community has a growing number of needs. $1.25 million. That's how much the city and state tax money would be spent on expanding this road through the Mutt Run Dog Park to solve a problem that occurs on weekends at specific times of year. But there is good news. KDOT already has a plan to fix the intersection at 27th Street and K10. In an article that was just published a few weeks ago in the Lawrence Journal World on September 22nd, KDOT even specifically identified this intersection as a priority. So before moving forward with the KDOT cost share grant that you were discussing, we ask the city to wait. Before we spend $1 million of taxpayer money and permanently ruin a green space with a 2-lane road, let's see if the concepts that KDOT is working on right now, let's see if they help mitigate the problem. And maybe they won't be perfect. Maybe we'll need to combine these solutions with other low-cost, low-impact alternatives like staggering the start times of games or a no left turn out of the youth sports complex. Would these sorts of solutions be an inconvenience? Yes. But would they permanently destroy anything? No. And do you know how much taxpayer money would be spent on them? None. So before I end this, I just want to be clear that while we started an online petition that has 1,275 people signed to stop this project. We are in no way against the City of Lawrence Parks and Recreation Department. We think what they do is amazing. And they created the Mutt Run off-leash dog park. And I'm forever grateful to them because I walk my dog there every day and I have for 10 years. Rain or shine, I'm out there. So my intention here is just to stop the City of Lawrence from making a big mistake in putting in this road. It'll be expensive. It won't fix the problem that they're trying to solve. And it'll destroy one of the unique gems in our town that makes us unmistakably Lawrence. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, thank you. And we'll probably see you as well on the 20th. Thank you. Next on public comment is Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I really want to talk a little bit about Lawrence Listens. It seems to me that the main purpose of the Lawrence Listens surveys isn't to actually gather input and present it to the commission so the city can make the best decision. I think Lawrence Listens is a tool the city staff uses to push through what the city wants. For starters, why is it when the results of a Lawrence Listens come back in favor of what staff is pushing, the results are posted and it's made clear to the commission? An example would be the February 19th, 2019 meeting about community cats. In the report, staff attached the survey and said that there was overwhelming support for the TNR program. But at the July 2nd, 2019 meeting approving a bike boulevard, the staff left out the results of the Lawrence Listen survey that was done, in which the majority of the people responding didn't like the bike boulevard. The only thing I remember staff ever saying about the bike boulevard feedback was that they spent a lot of time gathering it and people had varying opinions. Another problem is what staff chooses to ask. Here's an idea. When doing a survey about changes to the city's dog parks, why not just ask, do you want a road to be built through the dog park? That's the issue that everyone at Mutt Run cares about. And it's the thing the city is not asking input about because they know exactly what the answer is going to be. And they know that people don't want that road built. And here's another problem I have with Lawrence Listens is, do we know some of the statistics of who's taken the survey, like race, sex, or age? If we have groups that aren't taking part in the survey, then the survey can't really be a good reflection of the general population. And I just want to say that next time a decision's being made and city staff's pushing the results of Lawrence Listens, I hope that the commission asked to look for numbers to at least back up what the city's trying to push, because I think this Lawrence Listens, it's just mainly trying to manipulate things to whatever suits the city's best need. And also, if I think city staff exactly knows that the answer to the dog park if they ask that question. And that part about being surprised that people might not want the road, I think they knew exactly that they don't want the road. I mean, you do a Lawrence Listens about a dog park and you leave out the biggest question that, about the biggest issue that people have with the park. You just leave that out. That was done intentionally. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Thank you, Chris. Let's see, Ty Edwards.
Hi, Ty Edwards, 3211 Nottingham Court. I'm here tonight to implore you to prioritize children's in-person schooling in all of your COVID-related decision-making. So far, it seems like we prioritize KU's adult students in-person learning over our children, redesigning Mass Street to accommodate business over sharing city property for classroom space and for distancing space, a KU football game that was allowed to hold up to 10,000 people, expanding alcohol service, and childcare for city employees. Many children and families across the community need schools to be open so that children can learn from trained professionals and access the resources that our schools provide, and also so parents and caregivers can work. But because our community has not prioritized children, family, teachers, and staff don't have confidence in the safety at their schools. And as you may know from last week, USD 497 is having to muddle through this and conflict abounds. This pandemic is a climate change crisis, and we know that in climate change crises, the actions of government often exacerbate inequality. And because we're not prioritizing children in our decision making, that's happening now. Schools are critical infrastructure in both the short and long term in our community. And it's difficult for people, including myself, to make individual sacrifices to accomplish this goal. But if a unified effort in our city and county were made to allow people to understand why they have to make some sacrifices so that our children can be in school, I think people would make them. As you may have seen on Friday, the Kansas Education Commissioner, Randy Watson, encouraged school districts across the state to cooperate with groups like cities and counties and other private groups to use space so that students can be separated into smaller groups and have staff there as well. Shouldn't we also be pulling back in our COVID-19 restrictions right now in order to help the school district succeed when they open on October 19th? Not expanding alcohol service, not having football games. Has the city leveraged all of its resources to find out if they could use city property for school classrooms in order to have 15 or less people in a room? Have you helped coordinate with the school district to access privately owned spaces that could be used also for classrooms? I'm begging you. And if you've seen anything on social media since the USD 497 board meeting last week, we need your help. We are being torn apart by this issue of students in classrooms. And if we could prioritize it at the city and county level, this would make it easier for children to return to school and teachers and staff to feel comfortable with it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, thank you for those comments. Sherry, is there anyone in person wanting to make general public comment?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Do you want to give general public comment?
Good evening, Vice Mayor Finkeldye and Commissioners. Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement. I'm up here tonight to talk about the COVID virus, lack of testing in Lawrence. You know, I've since, probably about May, I called the city commissioners, the county commissioners, and the health department, asking them what kind of plan they had when students, university returned here, and all of them said, we don't have a plan, except the health department. Health department said, oh, we bought gloves and masks. And I go, oh, you're gonna hand them out to residents, huh? And said, no, personnel. So we had one testing in Lawrence in the last 8 months, 9 months, however this has been going on. Heart to Heart out of Kansas City came up here and set up over at the depot for a half a day, and Theater Lawrence for a half a day, and South Junior High School for a half a day. And that was the only free testing that has been done in Lawrence, Kansas. Now, the hospital, symptom, and I'm sure they want your insurance card or the money. And there's CVS does testing, $100 to $150. There's a couple clinics in town that do it for $100, $150. So what about the low income residents of Lawrence? Low income and people of color, they're all the ones that suffer the most. And, you know, I heard here that people want to go back to school. Well, how are you finding the numbers of the population of Lawrence, Kansas, 105,000 people? How do you know how many of them are infected? How do you know how many of them are walking around infected and don't even know it? And, you know, we were doing pretty good till the university came back, 22,000 students and carrying the virus. And then the statistics shot up. And, you know, they do testing
there, and I believe the county even gave them some money. And so the city and the county and the health department haven't done any testing in Lawrence, Kansas. So I don't know how you all can figure the numbers. unless you just dream them up. And I think it's all about the economics. You don't want to know the numbers because you're afraid that people won't come to town to spend money or go to the basketball games. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, thank you, Ted. Sherry, is there any other members of the public in the commission room to make general public comment?
No, there isn't.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, thank you, and thank you everyone for the general public comment as well as the communications, the written communications we received. We're now ready to move on to item 1, which is to consider adopting on first reading an ordinance number 9812 to set speed limits on local streets citywide to 25 miles per hour unless otherwise posted.
Hi, this is Dustin Smith, Senior Project Engineer with Municipal Services and Operations. I'd like to share my screen for a short presentation. Okay, so we're proposing an ordinance to reduce the speed limit on local streets citywide to 25 miles per hour unless otherwise posted. And I'd like to note that local streets that currently have a speed limit lower than 25 would not change with this ordinance. So changing the speed limit would require new signs to be installed at all locations where drivers enter the local street from a higher speed street. Funding for design and installation of the new signs is included in the 2020 neighborhood traffic management budget. Changing the speed limit to 25 miles per hour on local streets is one part of the comprehensive neighborhood traffic management program. The program has a primary goal of reducing speeds on neighborhood streets utilizing the 5 E's: education, encouragement, engineering, evaluation, and enforcement. The program has items associated with all 5 E's that will be implemented along with the speed limit reduction in early 2021 for maximum effectiveness at reducing speeds on neighborhood streets. So I'll discuss a little bit about how we're going to address each of the 5 E's with the program. Education and encouragement will be addressed with the public outreach campaign in order to inform drivers about the new speed limit and encourage the desired change in driver behavior. Engineering involves the traditional traffic calming devices like speed humps and installing the new speed limit signs. Evaluation will include purchasing speed data collection equipment and utilizing the traffic concern reporting tool on the city website to inform the locations and times for the final E, strategic enforcement. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Rob Neff with the police department to discuss the enforcement approach that they will use.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Rob Neff. I'm a sergeant with the Lawrence Police Department. I'm also in charge of the traffic unit, so that's why I'm on this particular committee. But I guess our basic goal in the enforcement is more of an education, especially in the beginning. I think for the first several months, when we're doing our enforcement, we'll do more of an education type thing with lots of verbal warnings, written warnings, that sort of thing. We may even also come up with a brochure that we could hand out maybe on our car stops, similar to what we do on grants like IDDP and saturation patrols, things like that. And I also say our enforcement will be based on the website data that is collected, and it'll also be sort of data driven. So if we get, say, some sort of something on the website, we'll go out and collect data, and then we'll base our enforcement on the data that is given to us. I guess that's how we'll do our enforcement.
This is Dustin Smith with Municipal Services Operations. Thanks, Rob.
You're welcome.
So this graphic demonstrates how multiple studies have shown that higher vehicle speeds result in an increase in the frequency and severity of crashes involving pedestrians. Additionally, with higher speeds, the motorist visual field is reduced, especially in the peripheral area where pedestrian activity is common. And in closing, I'd like to say there's broad public support for lowering speed limits on local streets based on the public survey results and associated comments. And there are 5 cities in the area with speed limit of 25 miles per hour on local streets. Additionally, the Safe Routes to School plan, which is currently under public review, includes a recommendation to reduce vehicle speeds. Approximately 68% of the proposed safe routes to school are on streets that would have the speed limit reduced with this ordinance. In March 2020, the Multimodal Transportation Commission voted unanimously to recommend adoption of the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit on all local streets to the City Commission. City staff also recommends adopting Ordinance 9812 to set the speed limit to 25 miles per hour on all local streets citywide unless otherwise posted. With that, I'd close my presentation, open it up to any questions. Thank you.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Thank you for that presentation. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Shipley?
Thanks, Vice Mayor. This is Commissioner Shipley. Dustin, I want to make sure, because we've gotten all kinds of correspondence, and even it seemed like there was maybe some confusion at multimodal transportation about what roads would be affected by this. I famously live on Castled. That's not going to be 25 anytime soon. So can you help me make it clear to the public what we mean by local roads? Does this include collectors? Does this include arterials? Can you help us with that?
Yes, Dustin Smith, Municipal Services Operations, and that, yeah, I agree. That was a common comment that we heard. And no, collectors, arterials, are major thoroughfares for through traffic that have higher speed limits will not be reduced to 25. We were basing the ordinance on the definition of local streets that's in city code, which is a 2-lane street that provides direct access to the budding properties, and not the higher level collector and arterial streets.
Commissioner Larson, I have a question for you, Dustin. Has there been any studies done as in relation to the potential reduction in accidents, injuries, or deaths? How this would impact that?
There are several studies that have looked at that, and there's a common. I think the graphic I had was from a study that gets referenced often, showing that as vehicle speeds increase, severity and frequency of crashes with pedestrians increases as well. And that's what we're trying to pull back by reducing the speeds on local streets that have a lot of pedestrian activity.
So what kind of numbers are you talking about for reduction?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Dustin, can you introduce yourself every time you speak there?
Sure. Apologize. Dustin Smith, Municipal Services and Operations. And I would have to look back, and I can provide that information to you.
Okay. So Commissioner Larson, again, I got another question for you. So how part of the proposal, if I remember right, has something to do with enforcement, beefing up enforcement. Is that correct? So how are we going to do that? What plan do we have that's gonna kind of mirror or work with this project if it's implemented?
Dustin, I could probably answer that one. Rob Neff, Lawrence Police Department again. The basic way we're going to do this is off of our website. It's kind of like the same website, I think, where you can talk about potholes and things. People can actually write in where they think the speeding is occurring. And then I believe that we'll go out and we'll have some data collection based on those findings from the website. And then if we can see that there's excessive speeds in that particular area, we'll try to concentrate our efforts on wherever those speeds are higher.
So Commissioner Larson, so unless Commissioner Larson, so unless somebody actually complains on the website, there's not going to be any enforcement action?
Oh no, we'll do it at all the locations also, but I think we'll try to concentrate on those. But if for some reason, let's say there's just not much on the website, we can just go out and do regular enforcement wherever we have the manpower to do it.
Commissioner Larson, so what's the anticipation for the number of officers that will be in this program?
Sorry, Rob Neff again with the police department. I keep forgetting to announce myself. That's a hard part to do. I don't have a set number right now. It depends on staffing. So if we have the people, we'll try to check the speeds.
So there's
Smith with the Municipal Services Operations. I apologize. I jump in just to volunteer that the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program has dedicated funding to help with the enforcement effort, to kind of help them with their resources. We have dedicated funding so that we can kind of get the dedicated resources for the program. We're not taken away from their usual staffing requirements.
Okay. So Commissioner, thank you for that information, Dustin. So Commissioner Larson again, so the specific plan that I'm hearing is just that we're going to use the website and then we'll fill in when we have officers available. But it doesn't appear as though we have a specific plan detailed as to how we're going to implement the enforcement, which is one of the E's, the 5 E's, I believe. Is that correct? We don't have a specific plan?
Well, I guess the plan is to go off the website and the data driven.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I guess I would chime in and saying, when we set up the work plan for this new program last year for 2019 and 2020, we did allocate $85,000 to enforcement. And the thought behind that was that we would use that money to pay police department officers overtime if needed to do enforcement really during times when it's needed most, and that may be during times that they are busy doing a lot of other things. And so that was the original plan, to spend some money in 2020. We are, with the delay of the program due to COVID, trying to coincide the change in the speed limit, the rollout of the education campaign to the spring of 2021. And then we will do some evaluation, and then with that data, then try to do strategic areas of enforcement. And that may, in next year's program, take some dedicated funding from the program to assist the police department in overtime if needed, since they do not have a dedicated traffic unit that is just out there all the time doing enforcement. So that was the general plan when we started the program and the intent of enforcement. But I know there's challenges with their call load during the day, and that sometimes is the same time that we have a lot of traffic. And so the intent was to use some of that money for overtime for enforcement.
Thank you. So Commissioner Larson here, we did have a traffic division at one time, did we not?
Oh yeah, Rob Neff, Police Department again. Yes, we did. It pretty much disbanded around 2010 to 2012.
Commissioner Larson, why was that?
Mainly manpower.
So Commissioner Larson, so we didn't have enough officers to do that? Because it seemed like we were actually given a lot of tickets back in 2010 with the number of staff that you had, and you've just got a few less staff now, and we're doing much less enforcement to the tune of almost 8.
Could I interrupt and ask Dustin to put up the table that references this information?
Dustin Smith with Municipal Services Operations. Yes, I apologize. I didn't get that in time to get it into the attached to the item, but I have it so I can pull it up here if I can share screen again.
Thank you, Justin. This is Commissioner Boyd. Thank you, Justin. I'd like to talk about this a little bit.
Commissioner, so I think I'll let Commissioner Bully talk about that, but I guess my concern is that we're talking about doing enforcement, but it doesn't seem like we have a solid plan, and we've done enforcement in the past, but we've significantly dropped off from that over the years to the tune of almost probably 80%, 90%. So I'll let Commissioner Bully talk about the spreadsheet in detail, though.
This Commissioner Boley, in 2010, the number of officer issued traffic violations was almost 40,000, 39,699. In 2019, that number was 8,417. That's over 75% decrease in officer issued traffic violations. There was a decrease in the number of commissioned police officers. It was roughly 2%. And I realize that the city grew between 2010 and 2019. But what these numbers say to me is that the city was prioritizing traffic enforcement in 2010, and that we have decided not to prioritize it since then. And this is bigger than the neighborhood traffic management program. This is all of the city traffic. And from the comments that we've received regarding this change to speed limits for the neighborhood streets, I think the community's perception is that we've failed in traffic enforcement. And I think we need to prioritize it again. So Dustin, I'm happy to have you take this down now, because I think these numbers are with us now, and almost 80% reduction in the number of officer issued traffic violations. So, you know, Rob, I'm delighted to see you. I'm glad you're working on this. You used a couple of words I was really, piqued my interest. You talked about traffic unit, and we had a traffic unit in 2010. And you said that you're with the traffic unit now. And I'm like, tell me about the traffic unit. I want to hear it.
Well, sorry, Rob Neff, Police Department. It's actually not the traffic unit anymore. We call it the Accident Investigation Unit.
Oh.
So now we just go out and investigate the big accidents.
Oh, okay. Well, this Commissioner Bully, I appreciate that you're working on that, and I'd also like to expand it to have a traffic unit. But
I like the idea.
Yeah. So I think this is really on us. It's the city's made this decision not to prioritize the traffic enforcement. I think we need to revisit that decision. And probably what we're doing now is part of it. But to reduce the speeds without having a more robust enforcement program may well be a mistake.
Go ahead, Courtney, Vice Mayor Finkelstein.
Vice Mayor, thank you. I think this might be a good question for Dave Cronin, because I know he's been working on this for a long time. No disrespect to Dustin, but if I understood correctly, this is a very original way that you are going about it. So where another community might only do one thing, you all are attacking all of the E's at the same time. I got the impression from seeing the dialogue between the multimodal commission that is very unusual. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I hope I'm feeling like I'm a little laggy, so please let me know if you can't hear me. That is a good point. There's not one single silver bullet, I guess, to put it to alleviate this issue with speeding. And so just putting up the signs is not going to slow folks down. Having some enforcement out there, it will help, but it really is a combination of educating the community, and then doing some evaluation and enforcement to try to make a difference. And so, that's kind of the discussion we've had and the approach we've taken with this program with the 5 E's, and it's a comprehensive approach. It's kind of unique. We haven't found any other cities that have kind of rolled this out all at once. We found some other local area cities that had 25-mile-per-hour speed limits, but when contacting them, looking back, they didn't really have a implementation of doing that. There was no history on how they did that, that's. I would say that if just putting up the speed limit signs is not enough, and so if that's where we were ending the conversation, I don't know if we would support this, but with the education component and then doing some enforcement if we can, I think it's going to make a difference. So, when we look at speeding through neighborhoods, a lot of the speeding that goes on is the neighbors on those streets. And so now when you turn off of a arterial or collector street and you see that 25-mile-per-hour sign, it gives you the indication, I'm in the neighborhood, need to slow down. And we're hoping that the education campaign that rolls out, which we tentatively planning on February of next year, will coincide with the installation of the speed limit signs with that change. So hopefully that addresses your question, and let me know if you have any other questions.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I have a follow-up to that, David. I guess one consideration would be, and I saw this in some of the responses, that the 30 miles per hour would not be bad if people actually drove 30 miles an hour. What about starting with education, data collection, selected enforcement of the 30 to see if you could slow down traffic that way before the time and expense of a 25-mile-per-hour change?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Well, some would say that 30 miles per hour is too fast in neighborhoods. And so we're, just trying to find a balance, I guess. And the state statute is 30 for local streets, but we've seen other communities that have lowered the speed limit. And we've had requests in the past to lower the speed limit for traffic calming. And we've done that in the past on isolated streets, lowering the speed limit as to try to achieve traffic calming. And that doesn't necessarily work if you don't do enforcement. And so, it's really a combination of things, and there will be areas where we can't enforce all the time, and that's where we need to do some more engineering and put in speed humps or traffic calming circles and those type of devices. So I think that's the last step. That's the most expensive step, is to do permanent installation. But I wouldn't leave that out either. So it's it's not really a black and white issue. It's very tough to implement something like this, but I think we're trying to do it comprehensively through all these different approaches. But I guess you could try to do education and enforcement at 30, but I think that residential streets, what we've heard is a lot of concerns about speed on streets, and lowering the speed limit I think would also help alleviate some of those concerns that we've heard.
Vice Mayor Finkel, thank you. Do we have other questions? We have one public person sign up for public comment. Any other questions before we go to that and then bring it back? Commissioner Shipley?
I might. There seems to be sorry, Commissioner Shipley. There does seem to be some discussion about the cost. And I think I have two questions there. I seem to remember, Dustin, this might be for you. When I watched the multimodal meeting, not this last one, but the one before, this number was a back of the envelope number. So I wondered if in the past few months, if we've gotten a closer number. And then in addition to that, I guess I would want to know, what is the life span of a sign? Is there the chance we would have to be replacing signs within the next 10 years anyway? Or do we expect those to have a pretty long lifespan? Are we going to be making our own signs? Are we doing it in the most cost-efficient way if we vote to do this to save the most amount of money and be the most efficient?
Dustin Smith with MSO. Thank you. So the cost has been refined a little bit in terms of the unit cost per sign. We're still pretty confident in the number of signs we need is around 1,000 to install a new sign at every residential street where you come off of a higher speed street. But we did get some more recent quotes that is how we ended up with our total cost for the installation of the signs. I'm gonna ask Dave Cronin to weigh in on the lifespan of the signs and the kind of maybe maintenance cost, if you will.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. That's a good question. A lot of times the lifespan will determine on the placement of the sign and how much sun it gets and fading, and there's some reflectivity requirements we're required to maintain. I wish I had better data for you on previous tracking of life cycle of signs. I know that's one of the things initiatives we're trying to get at with our asset management program is identify the life cycle cost of signs. And so I wish I had more information for you. I think 10 years is a good lifespan. It could certainly be longer than that, but I don't have any hard data to answer your question, Commissioner.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Let's go ahead and get a public comment, and we'll bring it back to commissioners for questions and discussion. We have one person signed up in advance, Chris Flowers. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. First thing I want to ask you about is, did anyone at the city look into what effect this is going to have on bus times? If you reduce the speed limit to like 20 from 30, that's 1/3 less fast that the bus can go. So does that mean like a 1/3 more longer that it's going to take buses to get to their destination? Even if it's just a 5 mile from like 30 to 25, that's a 1/6. And I guess decrease in how fast the buses can go. And a lot of these buses, they do go, they're not just using the major streets because they're picking up people in neighborhoods. So I just want to know, did the city look at all about what effect this will have on buses? Then second issue, a big issue I have is the Lawrence Listen survey. When we get the opinion that most people want this, but it was done when Haskell isn't open. And a lot of those Haskell students, I've known some, they don't have cars. Some are coming from reservations. They're relying on the buses to get around. Do you think they want the speed limit reduced and their bus times to go longer? I mean, I think it's kind of BS to do a survey when one of the groups that is already a minority that's traditionally been, neglected. So basically, we're doing this survey in which a bunch of white, middle-aged, middle-class parents get to all put that they want this issue changed, and the ones that also, those Haskell students, they're going to be affected. And you did a survey when they're not here to answer and have any input into it. I think that's kind of BS. And I think we should hold off, and we're hiring a director of equity. I want to hear the director of equity's input about if we should be doing surveys that are going to affect a group of people when they're not in town to have a say in it. So that's one issue. And not only Haskell, but KU has a lot of foreign students relying on public transportation also. Then I want to know, how come we can't just reduce the speed to 25 unless otherwise already stated? So basically all the streets that already have 30-mile-per-hour street signs, we just let them be 30 and just lower all the ones that don't have the speed limit signs. Because most of the ones that don't have the speed limit signs, they're going to be the streets that aren't used much anyway. So we could lower those speeds and see if what actually works on those. So just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, thank you, Chris. Sherry, is there anyone in person that'd like to give public comment on this item?
No, there is not.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. We'll bring it back to the commission for questions and discussions. Following up on what Chris Flowers talked about, I thought can someone tell me, I thought the survey was back in February when the students were actually still here. Is that correct?
Dustin Smith with Municipal Services Operations. That's correct. The survey was open, I believe, from mid-February to the end of February, and that was kind of right before we went to stay at home. So everything was still open as far as I remember.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, I appreciate that, but that's what my recollection was. Okay, thank you. But we don't have any demographic information on who answered the survey. That is true, correct?
Dustin Smith with Municipal Services Operation. That's correct. I'm not sure if they collected that information or if it's available.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. And then the question about the effect on buses, has that been looked at?
Dustin Smith with Municipal Services Operations. I don't know off the top of my head. I may defer to Dave Cronin if he remembers if we included that.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. The majority of bus routes are on arterial and collector streets, and this speed limit change should not have any impact on their levels of service.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, another question that I thought of as Chris was talking. So for example, I live off 9th Street where it's 30 miles an hour. And so when you turn onto my street, there is no speed limit sign, I assume, because it's 30 and 30. We're talking about adding signs to each of those neighborhood streets to make it 25 in those locations, correct?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. That is correct. There's a lot of residential streets that aren't signed at all. They're just 30 unless otherwise posted. And so this ordinance would require us to install a sign on every local street when you're turning off a street of higher classification. So if you're turning off 9th Street, which is a collector street or a minor arterial, to a residential street, we must post a sign at the start of that residential street.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, then you had mentioned earlier approximately 1,000 signs is what we would need. How many of those would be new signs and how many of those would be replacement of 30-mile-per-hour signs to 25?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I believe the number in our estimate was about 970 new signs and around 150 replacement of 30-mile-per-hour signs. And that's just a rough estimate. What we did was we used GIS and estimated all the residential, turning off of a street to a residential street would have a sign, and then every quarter mile on a residential street, if it didn't cross another major street, we would also install another sign. So that's how we came up with the number.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. That did not occur to me that there would be that vast number of new signage. That in and of itself, that would send a very strong message where people had not previously seen any signs, that now there was a sign of 25 miles an hour. It does send a stronger message than just leaving them blank. So I had not thought that through. Other questions, comments, discussion? Commissioner Shipley? Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Larson.
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, I just want to clarify on that, Dave, regarding the new signage. So if we're doing 900, if we're potentially doing 970 new signs, does that mean there should have been signs there for 30 miles an hour, but we just never did that?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. That doesn't necessarily mean that we should have had a sign at all of the streets. The law is it's on all local streets, it's 30 miles per hour unless otherwise posted. So we're not required to have a sign on all local streets.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fickle, go ahead, Commissioner Shipley.
Commissioner Shipley, Dave, sort of along those same lines, is it common for an ordinance like this to require that? We're not doing something unusual, are we? I did hear you saying that there was communities with 25 miles an hour, but we didn't talk about this part of it specifically, whether it's common to require these kinds of signs every so often.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. It requires an ordinance to lower the speed limit, different than the state statute. So it does take an ordinance to, a local ordinance to establish the speed limit.
Commissioner Shipley, but not the number of signs or the location of signs.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. It does have effect on the number because and the location in the respect that we must install a sign on a local street on the beginning of every local street after turning onto it from a higher classification. We are not required to do that under the state statute of 30 miles per hour. So it does have an effect. I think when we were doing this estimate, and I mentioned, we also would have additional signs every quarter mile. We could choose not to do that. I think when we were looking at other communities, that was kind of a best practice. And so that's how we came up with the estimate. Again, it's just an estimate for planning purposes. But that's how we arrived at the number. So a majority of these signs would be required, must be put in if we lower the speed limit.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner Shipley, one more time. I also appreciated Chris's comments about the Lawrence listens because I've had that feeling too. But I wondered if Dustin could be, it was certainly discussed among multimodal and as has been noticed by staff that during the Lawrence listens, there was overwhelming support either to do 25 or even to go as low as 20. I wondered if someone could talk about those numbers or give us some kind of comparison in terms of what kind of response we got or whether it was an overwhelming support.
Dustin Smith with Municipal Services Operations. There was a majority support for going lower than the current 30 mile per hour speed limit on residential streets. And there was a discussion at Multimodal Transportation Commission about do we go 25 or 20? And there were several comments from the public about, as low as you can go, definitely 20, go 5 if you can, which we can't. But so we kind of lean to 25 as a little bit of a middle ground in that was something that was common with the other cities in the area. And we felt it was important to reserve the 20 mile per hour for school zones, downtown, those areas that have significant pedestrian activity. So we have another level, if you will, for those areas that have a lot of pedestrian activity.
Vice Mayor, one last thing, if you don't mind, I apologize. I did remember that Officer Neff did kind of weigh in at multimodal transportation about his feelings about the psychology of 20 versus 25 from 30. I wonder if he wouldn't mind remarking on that at this time.
Rob Neff, Police Department. Were you looking for my opinion or Dustin's?
Yes, you.
Mine.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner.
I guess this is more my personal opinion, but I think the psychology of it is that I think when you make a law too strict, that people get angry, if you will, and they might disobey just out of spite. So I think if you go too low, oh yeah, that's too low, and then they'll drive even faster. That's my general opinion. I think the psychology of it.
Dustin Smith with Municipal Services and Operations. I would volunteer that I forgot to mention earlier, there are studies that agree with what Rob just said, that if you get it artificially low, then it encourages disrespect and non-compliance.
Vice Mayor, just one last thing, Commissioner Shipley. I just thought of it when you were speaking, officer. And I think someone else did point this out, Dustin, I think you did, that downtown is 20. Is part of the reason that we don't mind it being 20 downtown, that it's somewhat congested and you can't really be in a hurry going there. It's about the engineering. Maybe even Dave might weigh in on that, because I know he has spoken to me a lot in the past about building the road for the behavior you want. And so I don't know if people really realize, in fact, I know they don't realize that they're only driving 20 downtown because there's someone in front of you. There's nowhere to go. So I wondered if from your experience, officer, you could talk about how, or if it's more often that people comply downtown, for example, than in big wide open roads.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. Actually, I've driven through downtown thousands of times. If you go 13 miles an hour, you'll hit every light green, which is kind of funny, but you can't go any faster than 13 because then the next light will be red. So, and plus all of the traffic, just people backing in and out, cars, pedestrian cars. The engineering of it is, it makes people go slow because there's just a lot of things going on.
This is Commissioner Boley. I have a question for Dave Cronin, I think. Was Massachusetts Street at one time downtown a 4-lane street?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I do not know that answer, Commissioner Boley. I believe Vermont Street in New Hampshire were in the past, but Mass Street, that would be way beyond my history. I know at least in 72, when they did the last streetscape, it's been 2 lanes. So I think it's always been 2 in downtown for Mass Street, but I think the side streets back in the day, Vermont, New Hampshire may have been more, but.
Well, thank you.
Commissioner Larson, I do have another question, and I just want to kind of back up a little bit. I just want to make sure I understand what prompted this discussion to potentially lower the speed limits. Was this some complaints from some of our community members? Was there a study done that said, hey, 30 miles an hour just isn't working? So what prompted this whole discussion to start?
Dustin Smith with Municipal Services and Operations. I'm going to have to lean on Dave Cronin again for that one, because the neighborhood traffic management program was kind of taken off before I came to the city, so I'm not as familiar with all of the planning that went into it.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. We didn't conduct a study in Lawrence to answer that question. I know we've discussed it a lot in the past on lowering speed limits, and we would, back before we had the Multimodal Transportation Commission, we had a Traffic Safety Commission, and one of their things that they did was we got into looking at individual street speeds based off citizen requests and to lower the speed limit. And sometimes it wouldn't meet the traffic calming policy we had at the time. So the other alternative option was to lower the speed limit. So we've had a lot of requests in the past on local streets to lower the speed limit. And when developing the program and what other cities have done to initiatives to lower this speed limit on residential streets, thought that it would be another tool to help get at calming traffic in neighborhoods. So that's a little bit of the history. And so that's it's probably been a couple of years since we talked about developing the program now, since we, I think, started at the end of 2018. But back then, when we were getting a lot of requests in neighborhoods to lower, do traffic calming and or lower the speed limit, that's kind of the genesis of the discussion to include it in this program.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, I'll follow up on that, I guess. So when we adopted the neighborhood traffic management program in 2018 or the work plan in 2019, did it specifically say we were looking at doing this, or is this just part of a larger overall plan, or did we specifically spell that out at previous times?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. When we developed the work plan at the beginning of 2019 for the 2019-2020 budgeted funds for this program, I know we discussed that lowering the speed limit as an option. I don't recall if it was, I don't think it's specifically mentioned in the resolution that began the program. I have to go back and look at that, but I don't recall lowering the speed limit being as outlined in the resolution of the program, but I can probably check that real quick for you.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, I don't know that you need to do that. I was just curious about the development of it. Do we have further questions, comments? Move this forward or not? I guess I can start. I'm coming into the meeting. I definitely had lots of questions, wanted to hear about it, and I'm still wanting to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say. You know, the idea of spending $200,000, you know, to try to, you know, put signs up to slow the speeds versus using that $200,000 for enforcement or education, to me was I mean, I had some questions about that. And I will have to say, though, that I completely missed the fact that we would be putting in 970 or odd number of signs for that 200,000, not replacing a 30 with a 25 that someone might miss, but brand new signs in neighborhoods that say 25 miles per hour. Putting those signs in all at once or in a very short time frame, you know, along with some education, I could see having an effect on speeds that I didn't quite appreciate coming into this meeting. So I appreciate the presentation, and I'm certainly a little more open to it than I think I was coming in, but I'd be interested in hearing what the other commissioners are thinking. Go ahead, Commissioner Shipley.
Yeah, I am glad you said that, Vice Mayor, because I also didn't catch on to that. And when we think about how many visitors we have, maybe it is a good idea to do that. Because as I said, there's an assumption of what the speed limit is. And maybe we haven't been giving people the opportunity to obey the speed limit because we haven't really marked it as well as we could have. I guess what I wonder is, would this have been an investment we would have done anyway? Do we think this would, as you say, affect people's behavior a little bit more simply because it is marked? Is that a good investment?
This is Commissioner Bowley. I appreciate the goal of the program to increase safety in our neighborhoods. I think that there's great specificity about the lowering of the speed limit and about the placement of the signs. I'm concerned that we don't have the same level of specificity with regard to the enforcement aspects of this program. So I'm concerned about that, and I'm wondering what we can do to increase the specificity with regard to the enforcement efforts.
Commissioner Larson here. I echo quite a few of the things that were said by my fellow commissioners, and I do appreciate the work that Dustin and staff and Dave have put into this, because I know it's a long haul in this program, and they're doing, I believe, it seems like a good job of trying to address some of our needs for our community, as well as our. It's good to see the police officers getting involved on the enforcement, but I do have concerns about, are we putting the cart before the horse? We haven't even tried enforcement. It doesn't seem like, anyway, to enforce the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, and the idea that we're going to invest $200,000 and then start looking at doing enforcement. I just have a concern about that as to why we're not doing enforcement first, to see if that would help. And as many of my questions were geared towards the specifics of the police plan for enforcement, we had pretty significant enforcement 10 years ago, and we had a traffic unit, which I'm very much interested in, but it has tailed off to where we're only doing about 20% of what we were doing, 10 years ago. So I have strong concerns about it at this time.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, well, question for Dave. Is my understanding that if we adopted this and we moved ahead with the signs, they'd be installed in roughly January, February of 2021?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I would say that's a good estimate. We would need to do a bid, get some quotes to install the signs, and it would take some time to manufacture them and install them. So that's a pretty accurate estimate, I'd say.
So if we did ask for an enforcement plan to go along with that, we could certainly have time to develop that plan and see how it might work.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Yes, that would give you the opportunity to maybe develop a plan for enforcement in the next few months.
Commissioner Larson, was there any reason why we couldn't have that plan first and have a discussion about what that is?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. If that's what you would like us to do, we could do that with your direction and discuss that with the police department. I would say we're trying to get the funds for the program encumbered this year, but we could always, I guess with your approval, potentially move them forward into next year if we were still discussing the enforcement piece. But that would be one of the nuances, I guess. We're trying to get those funds encumbered this year for the signs. We will have funds in the 2021 budget for the program, which we will need to make a recommendation to allocate those to, but we would anticipate some of those funds going to enforcement. But
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, Commissioner Shipley, did you have something?
Yeah, I guess I just want to remind us that this came to us, Commissioner Shipley, this came to us from the Multimodal Transportation Commission. And I don't know that they would think they have control over what the police do. But what they do, what they could weigh in on is whether or not to lower the speed limit. I may be speaking out of turn here, but as a advisory board, there's really only so much they can do. As it happens, I think this is one of the most qualified advisory boards, and we are extremely lucky to have them. They have each of them has a lot of experience, a lot of education. Many of them have gone to school for these things, although they do not do them for a living. There is no shortage of knowledge on that board. I do not think for a moment that anyone on that advisory board would have taken this decision lightly. And I feel like it's incumbent upon me to take their opinion seriously. So I just wanted to make that comment as far as wondering why we didn't start with that, start with enforcement.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldijk. Commissioner Lawson, I'm not sure. I want to understand what your question is. Do you think we should have a plan of enforcement first and then consider changing the speed only after we see if it works? Or do you?
Well, I'm still interested in, yes. It seems to me like I would like to see more specific details of how they view the enforcement program is going to work in order to, match up with the 5 E's that we're trying to accomplish here. But then also I'm concerned that we haven't tried enforcement first before spending $200,000 on the signs to see if whether or not we can get some enforcement activity going. That would help reduce. And then also, I'm not seeing in the report, and maybe I missed it, but any data on out there that shows that lowering the speed limit reduces the accident, injuries, and deaths. I'm not seeing that. Maybe it was there and I just missed it.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldijk. Go ahead, Courtney. You're on mute.
This is Commissioner Shipley. Maybe Dustin, if you can, hopefully it's not too difficult for you to go back to the slide that shows the increase of fatality at higher speeds. Now, while that doesn't give us a number of accidents per person or square mile, it's certainly a verifiable certainty that the higher the speed of the vehicle, the worse the injury or even the fatality.
Okay, and this is Dustin Smith with Municipal Services and Operation. And Commissioner Larson, I wanted to clarify, you're asking about changing the speed limit affects crash rates, or vehicle speed, actual vehicle speed affects the crash rate?
Our speed limit's at 30 right now, so if we reduce it to 20 or 25, what's expectation will we have that it will reduce the number of accidents, injuries, or deaths?
Dustin Smith with Municipal Services and Operations. I guess I would say lowering the speed limit in combination with the public education outreach campaign to inform the public about the lower speed limit, the impact of having the new signs where most places don't have a speed limit sign at all now, and the enforcement effort. Again, the overall goal is to reduce speeds on the neighborhood streets, and the graphic does show that the reduced speed, the lower vehicle speeds, lessens the severity of crashes involving pedestrians.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkeldijk. First of all, Dustin, can you go ahead and unshare your screen? Sure. And, as I said, Commissioner Olson, I think I was certainly coming into the meeting, I think kind of where you're at. Should we try enforcement and education first, see how that works, and if that doesn't work, then lower the speeds. I guess I think of all the things we've talked about with education and even enforcement, I think putting up 970 signs is going to be great education and great, you know, a great way to let people know that they should be slowing down. And so, you know, obviously you could put up 970 signs that said 30 miles an hour and then see what happened, and then maybe, but then you'd spend money twice doing that. So I certainly couldn't get behind that idea. So, and I do agree with Commissioner Shipley that the multimodal commission, you know, endorsed this unanimously, and staff is recommending that, and both our commissions and our staff are obviously people I rely on to help us make these decisions. So I guess I'm probably leaning towards going with the recommendation, putting up the signs, tailoring it with education, and then I think, you know, strategic enforcement. And I think we would like to hear a little bit more about how we do that, but I think we could bring that back at a later time as we get closer to the actual enforcement actions, which would happen only after we put the signs up and only after we had some education. So I guess that's the way I'm leaning.
This is Commissioner Bully. I think that this fits with our strategic plan goals of trying to improve our neighborhoods. You know, and to go back to a point that was made by Commissioner Shipley earlier, can we ask the Transportation Commission to weigh in more on enforcement? I don't know. I mean, I think one of the possibilities that we could consider would be to return this to the Transportation Commission and ask them to, you know, flesh out more on that enforcement aspect. And I think Vice Mayor Finkeldine pointed out another, which is we could approve it and we could request a more robust plan for February. So I think those are a couple of choices we could consider.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, Commissioner Shipley, go ahead.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Just, you know, normally we ask for metrics and we ask for a check-in, and certainly with something that has this many E's, we should expect to hear from someone at MSO or perhaps from Craig to give us some kind of update to know that we've balanced these things. Maybe this is a good time to ask for what we want that to look like, what we want those updates to look like, what we want to know, what our metrics are, to know that this has been a successful campaign.
Yeah, Commissioner Arson, I appreciate that, Commissioner Shipley, because I think that's true as to what's our expectation as to these 5 E's. Because right now what we're not seeing in this proposal is exactly what those 5 E's, how they're going to be implemented. We're just seeing one part of it. And so that's where I have a little bit of pause to this, although I think Commissioner Vice Mayor Finkeldine made a good point about adding 900 plus signs is definitely going to get somebody's attention out there, I would think. So I agree with, I understand that and I agree with that. You know, again, I just go back to, we don't have a plan, an enforcement plan. We've heard some talk about, you know, as far as adding an officer or, you know, using officers and then filling in as we can, but that's not really a plan. But you know, it would be an okay compromise for me is if we got a very detailed plan on enforcement real soon that we could hear about.
This is Dave Crone, City Engineer. I did want to add one thing. I just want to make sure it doesn't get missed with the enforcement. We do want to prioritize enforcement as the PD has resources to do enforcement on areas based off of data and complaints that we receive. So in that regard, we have a plan when we have the resources, when they have the resources to do it, which are, you know, obviously out of my control, but we're buying some equipment this year with the beginning of the program, some speed feedback signs, some cameras to get data to probably have a better understanding of where enforcement's needed and how much. And I'd also would add Commissioner Shipley's question about tracking the progress of the program. I think in our program, tracking it annually is included in there. That we have the analysis of the program will be conducted and presented to the Transportation Commission and City Commission on a yearly basis. That analysis may include the following items: before and after speed and volume data, crash volume and severity, and targeted before and after community survey results. So this will be an evolving program. This first couple years, the funds were just trying to get things going. I think once we get into the annual allocation of the program, we want to take a look at different areas of the community to do more strategic traffic management or traffic calming. And I think we may get there next year, but we're just trying to take these first steps. So I hope that helps a little. I know there's a lot of uncertainty, and I totally understand that and the concern. But we're, again, I think it's just a comprehensive program, and it's going to be evolving. And so we may not have answers on the enforcement piece until we get more data or identify more resources for them to be able to spend time to be out there doing the enforcement.
This is Commissioner Boley. I appreciate those comments, Dave, that you don't direct the police. I guess I'd invite Brandon McGuire or City Manager Craig Owens to comment on the commitment of enforcement.
The City Manager Craig Owens. Thank you, Commissioner Boley. I do have, just as a reminder, we are initiating a study with an outside police consultant, and that's going to include the allocation of all the resources and the mission that we're asking as a community for the police department to play. This is obviously one piece of it, which has had a variable history of concentration over the last more than 10 years. So I think it will be within that context that we should take a look at what we're assigning them to do and what resources are our highest priority. And then I'll also circle back to the strategic plan, because I know it was mentioned earlier that we do intend to have that very much aligned with measurements. And so, we can't just wait for everything in the strategic plan and not continue some of the forward motion on a lot of the initiatives that have been going on in the community or that we've been planning towards. But I don't think that there's anything that I'm seeing in this plan that would contradict the general statements, outcome statements that we've developed in the strategic planning process, and that would be in support of that. And I think we're going to have some measures to go back to give us some feedback that was mentioned, how we know that we've been successful in these 5 E's, but more than that, how we know we've been successful in achieving results within the context of the strategic plan and the outcomes that we work to develop through community input. So I think there's going to be a lot of different variables that have to be applied at the same time. And so I do think with the policing study coming, and that's going to be a lot of conversation about priorities. And I also think when you start to see some of the detail that we're working on to build into the strategic plan, both of those two things are probably going to suggest that there is room for some modification of whatever we might decide right now. And there's probably nothing about these suggested investments that would not be good investments moving us towards where we want to be as a community.
This is Commissioner Boley. Thank you. I appreciate those comments.
So Commissioner Larson, I just had one more, and Dave, Dave Cronin, you were talking about that enforcement was a priority in this program that you presented before us. I would just ask that as you continue to bring these forward, which is really important that we continue on this program, that if something is a priority for staff, that they bring to us a pretty detailed plan on how that priority fits in with our goals here, because I guess that's, again, I just go back to that's what we didn't see. If enforcement's a priority, then we should have better information on that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkel, aye. Other discussion? Anyone ready to make a motion? Several more items on our agenda tonight, but don't want to rush this issue. It is a big decision, but if anyone's ready to make a motion.
Commissioner Shipley. Okay, I don't think I've ever done this before, so Sherry should stop me if I'm doing it wrong. I move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 9812 to set the speed limit on all local streets citywide to 25 miles per hour unless otherwise posted.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Shipley and a second by Commissioner Bowley. I did have one question before we voted, and I think I know the answer, but I wanted to be sure. When would this go into effect? Upon posting on the, when it changed tomorrow, right? It would change upon the posting?
This is Dustin Smith with Municipal Services and Operations. It would be enforceable after the sign is in place on the street.
Correct. Vice Mayor Finkel, I thank you. I thought that was the answer. So we have a motion by Commissioner Shipley, a second by Commissioner Bowley. Commissioner Shipley.
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkel, aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Looking at our agenda, can we take item 2 and then take a break after that, or do people need a break at the moment? Okay, let's move on to item 2, which is to receive requests to extend the downtown temporary right-of-way program beyond October 31st, 2020 expiration date and provide direction.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. And as you'll recall, in June of this year, you passed a resolution that's before you, Resolution 7329, that provided for suspension of several provisions outlined in the city code that provided for a opportunity for the downtown businesses to utilize an extended area of the right-of-way for the purpose of either restaurant or retail operations. So this has been in place since that time. And currently the city has 18 temporary right-of-way permits that have been issued under this program. The current resolution did have an expiration date of October 31st. And so it's before you this evening because the city has received 2 requests to extend it in a formal way. One from Matt Hyde with 715 Restaurant, and then also Sally Zagrai on behalf of Downtown Lawrence, Inc. The request from Mr. Hyde had requested an extension through the end of calendar year 2021 next year. And the request from Ms. Zagrai indicated a request to extend it through the end of February of 2021. Staff would note that we're in support of extending the program. I think it has been very successful from our viewpoint. And the date as to which is extended is really a policy matter that we wanted to seek some direction from the commission on this evening, if you were interested in extending it, and then if so, to what date. And the reason why we didn't prepare a resolution for you this evening is we felt that the expiration date or the extension date, there would likely be changes in the whereas language within the resolution that we might need to incorporate depending on what date you chose, again, if you chose to extend the program. So I do know that Mr. Hyde is here this evening to speak to it, as is Ms. Zagrai, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Thank you, Diane. Do we have questions for Diane before we go to public comment? Seeing none, our first signed up person for this is Matt Hyde. So you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just wanted to make a few points. First, the fact that the city pivoted from the original revisioning of Mass Street, which was kind of coldly received at the beginning of the pandemic. The pivot that was made has been crucial to the success and stability of the downtown businesses that have taken advantage of the program. So I just want to be able to continue the progress that the city has helped us make in that regard. Dr. Anthony Fauci, back in September, when talking about dining at restaurants, indicated that dining indoors absolutely increases the risk of COVID. We want to keep our staff and we want to keep our guests outside as long as possible. I feel like it's safer. It's going to be an experiment. We haven't, we did last year have people sit outside on the patio on Christmas Eve. We know there's days on the calendar that sneak up on us and are 70 degrees in the strangest of months. And we want to be able to take full advantage, as well as employ heaters, etc. As there's no expiration date on the pandemic, we originally thought we were going to be closed for 2 weeks, and we were closed for more than 6 months. So there's no expiration date on this virus, as much as we all wish there was. And what we're asking for is basically a removal of an expiration date on this lifeline for our businesses, which is crucial to our success. And this is not about getting way ahead here financially for us. This is about treading water. This is about just head above water. That's all we're looking to do right now. This isn't, hey, let's use public property to enrich ourselves. This is about keeping our staff safe. This is about keeping our guests safe as long as possible. And this is about keeping our business viable so that we can go another 10 years. This is really the beginning of that chapter. The forecast looks great. The long-term crystal ball forecast from the scientists and everything. We just don't want an expiration date on this. So we're comfortable with saying, let's go through 2021 because we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. February is too soon for us. Even if everything got back to normal today, the economic damage that this has caused to our business will likely take us 5, maybe even 6 years to recover from. If everything went back to normal today, that's how far set back this has been for us. And I know other merchants, other restaurants and bars are in the same position. The list that Diane put up of all the businesses participating, every single one of those businesses is very crucial to the fabric of our downtown, of our city. And I appreciate your time and support.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Thank you, Matt. Next on the list is Sally Zagrai.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. And thank you, Matt. We, as a board, DLI, discussed the potentially the February 2021 sunset date. We hadn't talked to Matt at that time. I do want to, I do hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I actually got an email from another downtown business owner who is using this program, and she asked me, oh, well, can you...
Sally, we've lost you a little bit of volume there.
Sorry. Is that better? No?
We can hear you, but barely, just barely, like something's covering your microphone or? Okay, now we can't hear you at all.
Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes. Go
You
ahead.
can.
Yep.
Now I can't hear you. Okay, I guess, all right. Hang on one second. Okay. So I got an email from another business owner who's using the program. She asked, you know, would DLI consider supporting the sunset to go through all of 2021? And I don't see that we would have any issue with that. We, I think we're erring on the side of being more conservative because we hadn't gotten a lot of feedback yet from our members. So we did get 50 responses to the survey that we sent out, and every single respondent, whether it was a restaurant, bar, retailer, a service type business, professional or personal service, all agreed they want it, that the program's working wonderfully. They're behind it 100%. We absolutely need this lifeline because it's good for all the businesses downtown and for downtown as a whole. I think it's working very well. I also think that there could be more businesses that'll take advantage of it. And I do want to, you know, I talked with Brad Harrell in parking this afternoon, and you know, the parking, and he may speak, but the parking inventories are supporting that, you know, it's working. We're not having a lot of, we're not having complaints about it, you know, in terms of other people wanting to park. So, and then I was really encouraged to read all of the communications that are part of this packet, over 50 individuals who emailed and said, yes, please keep it. It makes us feel safe. It makes us feel that we can come downtown in a safe way and support our local businesses. And so we're here to work however it works. We're behind it 100%. And I also want to send out my thanks. We should all be thanking Gould Evans, who actually came up with this plan back in May, and we've kind of left them along the wayside, and they have done a terrific job. They've been really supportive. They continue to be so. I also want to thank Dave Cronin and Enrico Villegas and Diane Stoddard, who's led the team, because city staff has been terrific, and they continue to answer questions and facilitate things. And then, of course, our business owners, you know, it's been great to see how creative and beautiful. I mean, Matt has created like this oasis on Mass Street and behind, and Emily and other places. And I finally went out on a date for the first time since 2019 and sat outside, and it was awesome. So however we can be helpful, we're supportive, and we want to remind everybody to continue to support all of our local businesses as we go into this fourth quarter that is make or break for all of us. So thank you. And of course, any questions, I'm always available.
Vice Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you, Sally. Sherry, is there any member of the public present in the commission room to speak on this item?
No.
Vice Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you, Sherry. Bring it back to the commission for questions and comments, and I would start and ask Brad Harrell if he had any updates on the parking statistics.
This is Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. So to provide the commission here and everybody attending some update on our occupancy numbers. So you know, from our last occupancy survey, just to kind of refresh everybody's memory here, we were 58% occupied on Massachusetts Street, 52% in the parking lots, and 28% in our parking garages in downtown. So since the reinstatement of parking enforcement, as anticipated, we've seen a little shift here. Massachusetts Street is currently 51% occupied, lots are 51% occupied, and our garages are 35%. So what that does is just suggest that we took some people that were generally parking on Massachusetts Street and moved them back to the kind of that long-term parking. So I think that's really had a positive impact. You know, in my opinion, kind of what the occupancy surveys reveal, you know, is that we have the capability to extend this program. I mean, we have the occupancy available for people right now. And I think the whole program has been a tremendous success. You know, from a parking standpoint, you know, there's all obviously those concerns with winter months later, you know, later in the year. But I certainly think this is something that we could continue or extend, and certainly has the support from the parking division and the organization. So.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, thank you, Brad. I had one other question. Diane, if this is extended, does that automatically extend everybody who's already have a permit? Is it automatically extended?
Vice Mayor, I believe that we can do that administratively with the approval of a new resolution. And I did forget to add, so one of the things that we're looking at this evening is, you know, if you all can give us feedback on a date, and then we would go back and prepare that resolution and bring it back to you on a consent agenda if we get that direction.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. And I guess a follow-up, I'm not sure this would happen, but let's say somebody is currently using their space, has a permit, but decides they're going to take it down for the winter, but then want to put it back up in the spring. Could they keep their permit even though they're not using those spaces, or would they have to reapply in the spring?
Our intention would be to make it as easy as possible. So my suggestion would be that we would have that communication with businesses and see what their plan is over the winter months. And if they do wish to keep it open, that we don't close it, but basically we enable all the current permits to go through the end of whatever date that you all set as the sunset.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, I appreciate those answers, and I was hoping those would be the answer. Other questions or comments from commissioners?
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'm comfortable going through the end of 2021.
Commissioner Larson, I'm fine with that too.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. I just wanted to, what did you say, Commissioner Bowley? What was the date that you were comfortable with? I missed that.
I'm comfortable going through the end of 2021, end of the year.
Okay. Commissioner Shipley?
I probably am too. What I would like to, there's a couple things I've thought of thinking about this. I'll do the easy one last. I think we're going to want to do this even beyond a global pandemic. It's been quite successful. It's very nice. We've heard how nice it is. And of course, lots of cities do this. They have a certain season where they have outdoor seating. So I think while I'm happy to vote either for February, even 2021, what we do need to think about is how we want that to look in the future. So I appreciate Matt Hyde explaining to us that even if a vaccine comes out tomorrow, it will take him possibly years to bounce back. We are still stewards of tax, of public property and tax dollars. And so we should be casting our minds ahead to how this will look if we want to continue it beyond a global pandemic. So I'm happy to say yes, either to February or even 2021, but I will be very, very serious about expecting some kind of remuneration for using right-of-way that ultimately belongs to the taxpayers when it's not an emergency. The second thing I thought about in terms of wanting to support this program, because it's fantastic, and I've talked a little bit with Craig about this, is perhaps providing storage, cheap or free storage, because they've invested thousands of dollars on the platforms and the heaters and the chairs and the tables. And if they need to take them down for weather, in all likelihood, most, if not all of them, have no storage space for things of that magnitude. And just by way of being friendly and wanting to encourage this, because again, I think it's fantastic. If we have an empty building somewhere that we could provide them in the few cold months or wintry months when those things could get damaged over the long run, I just want to throw that out there as an idea in terms of supporting the businesses that are doing this.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, I think those are good comments. I do certainly support this and certainly support it through the end of December 2021. You know, we did receive, actually received, I think, unanimous support for extending it. And obviously, we all know that the people who disagreed with the original plan knew how to find us. And so if they disagreed with this plan, they would know how to find us. And we did not hear from them except for unanimous support. And so I do think it has been successful. And I do agree with Commissioner Shipley that, you know, 10 years from now, we might still be seeing this being used at least certain parts of the year as something we want to see in our downtown. And at some point, we might have to think about how it looks differently than it does now. But certainly through December 2021, I think keeping the program as it is makes sense. And we can, you know, once we know more about the pandemic and going forward, we can consider what to do about that. But I do agree that at some point we'll have to have that conversation. Other comments, motions?
Commissioner Larson, I would just say that, you know, this really is just the right thing to do. And so I support it through 2021.
This is Commissioner Bowler. I think we've probably provided direction to staff that's adequate. I don't know that we need a motion, but if we do, let me know.
Vice Mayor Finkel, that's a good point. You're going to bring back a resolution on the consent agenda, so I'm not sure we need a motion, or do you need one, Diane or Sherry?
Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I think the direction that you provided is fine, and we'll be returning that item on your agenda very soon.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye. That is good then. No other comments on that. Appreciate Matt and Sally being here for that. Do we need to take a break before we move to item 3? Looks like we do. How about a 10-minute break? Thank you. Kurt, are we about ready?
We are ready.
Excellent. Vice Mayor Finkeldine, welcome back from our short break. We are ready to move to item 3, which is to consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9737. We have two different options, and it relates to the short-term residential rental property.
Vice Mayor, this is Sherry Redeman, City Clerk. Before we get started, do you mind doing roll call again, just to make sure?
Back. Commissioners are back.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, thank you for that reminder. Sherry, Commissioner Shipley, are you present?
Here.
Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Commissioner Bowley?
Here.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine here. Thank you for that reminder, Sherry. And I don't know, Brian, you get to take this away?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Brian Jimenez, Code Enforcement Manager for the City of Lawrence with Planning and Development Services. Back on the agenda for the third time this year is Ordinance 9737 and 9740. So hopefully we make some movement tonight. I'm going to not drill down too far on the August the 18th meeting, but I will just give you a couple highlights to refresh everyone's memory. Back on August 18th, when we presented this item, we reestablished the non-owner occupied and owner occupied definitions in the code. And at that time, we also incorporated a distance requirement for single family non-owner occupied. And then we also incorporated a percentage of multifamily units that were non-owner occupied. During that meeting, we received direction that we needed to proceed in a little bit of a different direction. And the main focus of that was, it was pretty much a consensus among the commission that we did not want to permit non-owner occupied short-term rentals in the single family zoning district. Secondly, it was also mentioned that we might want to explore not allowing non-owner occupied short-term rentals within the RM multifamily zoning districts. Therefore, that's the reason you have two ordinances before you tonight. Option 1 of the 9740, which regulates the rental licensing and inspection, does not permit non-owner occupied in single family zone districts, but does permit them in the RM zoning districts. Option 2 of 9740 does not permit them in single family or the RM zoning districts. The options of Ordinance 9737 are strictly mirrors of 9740 in regard. Option 1 of 9737 needs to go with option 1 of 9740. That's the land use regulations. And option 2 needs to correspond with the option 2 of 9737 as well. So our recommendation is we adopt one of those options tonight, either 1 or 2, with obviously maybe some changes that you might want us to implement. So obviously we took out the distance requirement in single family and the percentages in multifamily. And I will share my screen here and just sort of highlight some of the changes that we have put into these new options. So one of the things we did, it was a minor change in the definitions. We added the definition of duplex. We already had the definition of accessory dwelling in the ordinance previously, but there was good conversation about would a legal ADU or a duplex where it's owner occupied, would that be allowed as a owner occupied STR? And it was a really good question. So what we did was we added the definition of duplex. We already had the ADU definition. And in section 13A03, we added the ability to allow specifically 13A03D, an accessory dwelling unit or duplex located on a lot in a single dwelling residential district may be used as a short-term residential property if and only if, 1, the lot is owner occupied, and 2, the ADU or duplex is a lawful use. So I'll give you an example. We have a legal ADU currently in an RS7 zoning district. The principal building has to be owner occupied for the ADU to be legal. We will treat that as a owner occupied property. The ADU could be rented in as a short-term rental under this proposal. Same goes for a duplex. If you have a duplex, one side is owner occupied. We don't treat that as a non-owner occupied unit. The owner's on site, on the lot. We would allow that under this proposal.
Brian?
Yes.
Commissioner, real quick, what, is that the current memo right there that you've got on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Because it looks different than the one I've got. Okay.
We also added additional language in 13A03C. We added language that clearly prohibits non-owner occupied short-term residential property in the zoning districts on for single family on under option 1. Option 2 of the same code section simply we just simply add the RM zoning. So it's important to remember the only differences between option 1 and 2 of Ordinance 9740 is we just added the RM zoning language in where it was appropriate to either to prohibit those in option 2. Couple things that we did take out that were significant, as you can recall, during the August 18th meeting, we had a couple code sections that we put in specifically to address the non-owner occupied in single family, because that was an area of contention, and we were concerned about those properties non-owner occupied in single family being party houses or causing a disruption to neighbors. So we took out that 200-foot notification process during licensing and during the renewal. That seemed like it was going to be a really cumbersome thing if we don't allow non-owner occupied in single family to begin with. That was the main reason that we put those in. And then we took out that objection section of the ordinance that we presented on August the 18th. The commission had a lot of comments about that, how it would work. Was it going to be a good way of doing things? It was up to the property owner, and there was just a lot of unknowns how that would work. But we put that in specifically also to address the non-owner occupied in single family. So we took that out. I think we cleaned it up with taking those two code sections out. Those were not in the February 18th presentation that we did prior the pandemic. Those were brand new ideas that we thought about during the summer that we presented in mid-August before you. So those are the key things. And then Randy cleaned up a few other things that are probably really not noteworthy here, but from a legal standpoint under the unlawful acts, he added some language there and cleaned it up. So those are the high points of the changes we brought to you before tonight. Is one option is no non-owner occupied within the RS zoning. Option 2 takes it one step further and says not within the RM zoning as well. We allow people to have a STR on a lot that houses a ADU or a duplex where the owner's occupying the structure. And then we've taken out those two code sections that we presented in August. Other than that, I'll stand for questions at this time.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I thank you, Brian, for that presentation. And I do think you brought back what we was voted on to bring back. So I appreciate that. Do commissioners have questions for Brian before we open it to public comment?
Commissioner Larson here. I had a question about how these ordinances, either option 1 or option 2, would be impacted by PUDs and other types of PUDs or PCDs or.
Right, that's a great question, one that we discussed this afternoon. I spoke with Randy on the phone. It's his belief, and I agree with him, as well as Jeff. Jeff can speak up as well if he wishes. It's kind of silent on those zoning districts, quite frankly. So what we would need to do, if you want to pursue prohibiting non-owner occupied in PCD, PRD, PUD. I might even throw in the PCD on there. We could simply put that language into the code in the same code section, add another letter, and we could put that in and have that ready for adoption on second reading. I will explain on those. For example, a PRD. A good example is the Holiday Drive, Jana, off Harvard there, just right east of Castle. That PRD, or it might be a PUD. Yeah, I think it's a PUD. You know, it has single family homes on Holiday. It also has duplex on Jana, and then also has some row apartments to the north. So a lot of those planned developments, Jeff may correct me if I'm wrong, they're unique in the fact that they do have a mixed use type of housing that you don't typically see in your RS zoning districts or your you know, your high density RM 2432, where you traditionally just, excuse me, you traditionally just have apartment complexes. So if we want to talk about that tonight on those planned districts, we think with Randy's input that that's a relatively easy fix for us to incorporate for a second reading approval.
Vice Mayor Finkel, other questions before opening it up?
This Commissioner Bowley, I appreciate that information, Brian. And so what we would do is we would simply provide direction as we pass on the first reading, and then you'd come back with language for the second reading that would deal with those issues.
I think so, but I'll let Randy just confirm that if you would like.
Vice Mayor Finkel, Randy, are you available to answer that question? And maybe Tony?
Sorry, I was talking, but I was unmuted. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, Randy.
All right, sorry, I apologize. Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, all we would need to do is if there were other zoning districts that we wanted to not allow non-owner occupied short-term rentals, we would just add them to the section where we restrict them and don't allow them in RS or RM, and it would be a quick fix, and we could bring that back to you on second reading.
Vice Mayor Finkel, thank you. And Brian, can you stop sharing your screen just so we can see a little better? Other questions prior to public comment? Seeing none at the moment, we have two people signed up for public comment, and then we can go to the commission room. But the first public comment is from Blaine Clark. Mr. Clark, you have 3 minutes. Sherry or Porter, do you see if Blaine Clark is on?
I don't see the name.
Okay. Mr. Clark, will come back to you if you're here. We'll give you one more chance in a minute, but I know David Burris is on. David?
Right. You want me to speak now?
Yes, you can proceed. 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm David Burris. I live at 912 Holiday Drive. I'm an economist. I'm speaking against short-term rentals in RM districts. I'm okay with owner-occupied and auxiliary residentials that you've already done. I want to point out 4 different concerns here, not just one concern. One concern is reducing the stock of rental houses. And you've seen research and theory why we can expect short-term rentals would have that effect. Second concern is that unsupervised hotels are just a bad idea. They have externalities that hurts people. Owner-occupied is a partial fix, and it's acceptable because of the benefits to the owner. The third point is the hotels of any kind in a residential district are a bad idea. Nobody wants them next door. There's a theory that the solution to pollution is dilution. Well, that's not generally accepted in environmental movement because, first of all, just having a lot of spread out damage is somewhat like having concentration damage. And second, if the damage is concentrated, at least you can avoid it. The fourth point is that hotels by a different name compete unfairly with conventional hotels. They avoid taxes. They locate anywhere they want. They don't have anybody on site taking care of stuff and so on. And we need a full supply of conventional hotels to support the convention industry in the city. We don't need to cut that supply down. Now, there's a large number of single-family dwellings in RM districts. In fact, it might be that there's a number of structures, single-family equal to the number of multiple family structures. I'd like staff to check that. So it's just important to protect those single-family units as it is to protect them if they're in RS. Now, I do get the point that the single short-term rentals could make a lot of sense in a multi-unit apartment that has somebody on premises. And I'm not too clear what it would take to accomplish that, but I support accomplishing that. And that's what I have to say.
Vice Mayor Fickle, I thank you, David, for those comments. Sherry, is there anyone, or Porter, is there anyone in person who'd like to speak on this item?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Two people, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. They may proceed. 3 minutes.
My name is Sherry Ellen Becker. I live at 1017 Holiday Drive. First, I want to thank the commission and all the staff for the long hours and hard work you've put in to keep our Lawrence residents as safe as possible during this pandemic. We all thank you very much. In regard to the short-term rentals, there are 3 little areas I want to hit on tonight. First is its negative impact on affordable housing. Second is that it is an inequitable situation, negatively impacting low and affordable housing and moderate housing residents. And thirdly, that the occupancy limits and other restrictions that the neighbors are left to monitor is overly burdensome to them and it's unenforceable. In terms of how it is for the affordable housing, before these nightly transient rentals became what they are, the little hotels in neighborhoods, they were something else. And what they were is someone's home. Whether they were ownered and you were paying a mortgage or whether you were renting it, it was somebody's home with their stuff in the dishes in the cupboards and their linens in the closet. And then when people saw that they could monetize these properties more greatly by renting them out by the night, these homes were no longer homes and they became hotels. So the neighborhoods were robbed one by one of their homes that added vigor to the neighborhood. And as a community, we work really hard to procure affordable housing. We have a sales tax, if I'm not mistaken. We give developers forgiveness on permits and other incentives to have a small amount of affordable housing for a very, finite time. And then we have this plethora right now. It's 120 some units of housing that would be for families affordable, but we're letting people do something unregulated with them. Nobody told them they could do it. They're just doing it because they can. And it's only in the low and moderate income houses because that's where the money will work for them, as well as in the nicer, better, whatever you want to call it, more expensive neighborhoods. There are developers' covenants as well as homeowners associations that preclude this type of activity from occurring. So it's negatively impacting only the lower people, like the rest of America is. And then on top of it, you want us to call the city when the occupancy restrictions or other things happen. We're supposed to police what is detrimental to our own neighborhoods.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkel, thank you for the comments. Next speaker, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement, and I agree with Terry Allenbecker 100%. This has invaded our neighborhood and taken away the affordable housing. I hear you guys talk about affordable housing all the time, but you know, that must be the left foot, and you shoot yourself in both feet. And, you know, you try to balance something, this Airbnb, which has no benefit to the neighborhoods. And matter of fact, it takes away from property values. When I bought my house, my wife and I bought our house 46 years ago, 47, there at 310 Elm, and I've lived in North Lawrence 70 years. And we've never had this invasion before. And the neighbors, we're 80% owner-occupied homes in North Lawrence, 80%. And yet we're a 41% low-income individuals. And it's because we've lived over there for 25, 35, 45 years, a lifetime. And so now you want us to put up with some people coming into our neighborhood, unregulated, don't know who they are, and say, how you doing? Well, that don't get it. That does not get it. And so, and this deal with accessory buildings, you know, this has migrated from, we used to be an RS7 neighborhood straight across the board. And about 12, 15 years ago, the RS5 zoning come in, you know, smaller, then higher density, and you target the low mod neighborhoods, the low income neighborhoods. The neighborhoods that have been here the longest have paid the most property taxes of any other properties in Lawrence. We are the oldest neighborhood in the city. You know, back when it was Jefferson. So, you know, my house was built in 1880. So figure out how many years taxes that property's paid. But anyway, this Airbnb and short-term rentals, we don't want them in North Lawrence. We just don't. It's not good for the neighborhood. Put them in multifamily or commercial district, that's fine, but not in single-family residential neighborhoods. And if by some far-fetched chance we have to put up with this, then they stipulate they got to be owner-occupied by the owner, not a rental person managing the property. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkel, thank you, Ted. I have no other public comments, so I bring this back to the commission for questions, comments, motions.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Finkeldye, Brian Jimenez, Code Enforcement Manager for the city. Just wanted to confirm I had the wrong memo being shared. I was reading the right one, so I apologize, Lisa, on that. That was brought to my attention.
Vice Mayor Finkel, thank you for that, Brian. I mean, obviously we brought this back at the direction from our last meeting, and you know, I think I'm in the minority here, so I would support having them in multifamily, but I'd also support having them in residential zones with certain restrictions, but that's off the table. So I'd look for you guys to see if you guys prefer option 1, option 2, or option 2 plus some additional areas that were mentioned earlier.
Commissioner Larson, I just had a question for Brian. I just want to, again, you indicated that option 2 doesn't allow any short-term rentals in RM zoning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, because the memo kind of states something different. So I just wanted to make sure that was right.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner Shipley, I think I might be asking the same question Lisa is. So in option one could have it in multifamily if they were in a duplex and they were on the lot or in the same space. Am I clear on that?
Can you repeat that question for me?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, in an RM zoning district, if it is an owner-occupied property, then you could have a short-term rental, but it would have to be owner-occupied under the second option.
This is Commissioner Boley. It's my understanding that we've already decided that owner-occupied will be allowed by right throughout the community. We have changed the definition perhaps a little bit with looking at the duplex and the accessory dwelling unit, but the underlying concept is those are now included as owner-occupied. Is that correct?
Brian Jimenez, Code Enforcement Manager for City. That is correct. We just simply added the duplex definition to cover that scenario that we talked about in August. So if either one of those situations is owner occupied, the second unit is considered legal based on the ordinance. Either ordinance, option 1 or 2.
Vice Mayor Finkeldie, one of you guys are going to have to make a motion or make a decision, because I'm just going to sit here silently until one of you do.
Vice Mayor, I tried that last time. It didn't work. I'm going to
This is Commissioner Larson. I can support option 1.
This is Commissioner Boley. Let me clarify. Would that be option 1 with some language that would preclude allowing non-owner occupied in the PUD districts and other associated?
Commissioner Larson, that's correct. We just need to clarify that, make sure that's on there or somehow addressed.
Brian Jimenez, Code Enforcement Manager for the city. Jeff, tell me your thoughts on this. Do we need to dig down a little deeper on those planned developments regarding type of structure? Or are we just looking at striking all non-owner occupied regardless of structure in those districts?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. We would choose the entire zoning district. So if they want to outlaw the non-owner occupied in a PRD or PCD or PUD or whatever, we would choose the entire district as opposed to structures.
Thanks, Randy.
Vice Mayor Finkeldie, so Commissioner Lawson, you're in favor of option 1, but with the addition of some of the PU sorts of, and allowing it in RM. Is that what I'm hearing?
Excuse me, Commissioner Larson, the planned units, whether PUD or PCDs, I don't know how many are included in that, but in the planned units where we see a lot of residential properties. I don't know how we would word that. Do we list all the acronyms, or do we just say planned units, or what do we do?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. We would go through the zoning code and we would list out individually each of the planned units. So it would be the PCD, PRD, PUDs, those types of deals. We would list them out individually so that they're noted.
Okay, Commissioner Larson, does that mean we need to list that tonight as part of the motion, or can we get by with a shorter synopsis of that?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, you could just tell us you want in planned unit districts and we can take care of the rest.
Okay. Commissioner Larson, thank you, Randy. Appreciate it. With Commissioner Larson, with that in mind, I could go ahead and attempt to make an motion on this if everybody's ready. Okay, I can consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9740, option 1, which will regulate the licensing and inspection of short-term rental property as permitted within ordinance number 9737, option 1, which will regulate the licensing and inspection of short-term residential rental property as permitted within ordinance number 9737. With the addition of ensuring that planned units are included in option 1, as far as the non-owner occupied ones being not allowed. Is that close?
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, Randy, does that work?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, that works as a motion.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, is there a second to that motion?
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'll second that motion.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, we have a motion by Commissioner Lawson to adopt option 1, including the PU districts, and a second by Commissioner Bowley. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, nay. Passes 3-1. Vice Mayor Finkelstein will see that come back on second reading, but thank you for your work on that. And last time, Brian, we joked that you brought us exactly what we wanted and we voted against it, but this time you brought us what we wanted and we voted for it. So there's some improvement here. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that, we're ready to move to item number 4, which is to consider receiving a request from Heartland Community Health Clinic and Alcove Development related for economic development assistance related to the redevelopment of 1312 West 6th Street.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. This is Britt Crumcano, the Economic Development Administrator for the city. Tonight, we're here to ask if the City Commission would be interested in considering an assistance request for a rehab expansion project to support the Heartland Community Health Clinic. This is primarily a community development project, but it's asking for assistance using our IRB economic development tool to get both a sales tax exemption as well as a property tax abatement. Now, we have done IRBs for sales tax exemption for nonprofits before in the past. Regarding the property tax abatement, the applicant will be requesting that the current taxes on the property be shielded from the abatement, so the taxing jurisdictions will continue to get the revenue, that revenue throughout the abatement period. Since this is a community development project, the request does not align with our economic development policy. However, staff believes there are some compelling reasons why the request should be considered. First of all, the Heartland Community Health Clinic is the only federal qualified health center in Douglas County and also for surrounding counties. This federal designation means the organization has special status and it provides distinct services. So for example, they provide comprehensive health services to underserved areas or populations. They also offer a sliding fee scale for services. And I believe they do a reduction on their pharmacy product as well. We have Robin Covington here from Heartland with us tonight, and she will go into more detail on what the clinic does for our community. But before I turn it over to them, the second reason I think that we as staff feel that this should be considered is that other similar local agencies have benefited from being in a building that is government owned. For example, the Lawrence Douglas County Health Department, along with other health-related organizations that provide care to the community, are located in city county-owned buildings, and therefore they do not pay property taxes, so they're already getting a built-in tax abatement and assistance. And the project will be requesting an IRB property tax abatement. Again, the current property tax would be shielded from the abatement, so the taxing jurisdictions would continue to get the same revenue on that property over the abatement period as they are currently getting. The abatement would be only on the incremental increase in the property. Staff feels that the clinic is of great value to community, and although it's not an economic development project that aligns with our policy, it provides enough benefits to the community to warrant process and to warrant going through the process and then returning back to the commission for consideration. So again, we're asking if the commission is interested in considering this request. If so, it would go through the regular process, including going to PERC and then coming back for you for consideration. Again, we have Robin Covington from Heartland here. We also have Dustin Baker with Alcove Development here, that they can talk a little bit more about the project and the affiliated partners. But before I turn it over to them, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, do you see anyone have questions for Britt before we hear from Robin and Dustin?
This Commissioner Bowley. Britt, I know that you said that it doesn't really fit with our economic development, but doesn't supporting the workforce have some economic development aspects to it?
That definitely. I mean, there's all sorts of other things that aren't supported in our policy that have an economic development benefit. Our policy is primarily set up to support primary job creation, and this is not affiliated with primary jobs. So it's more of a service, which is why we consider it more of a community development project rather than an economic development project.
Commissioner Bowley. Thank you, Britt.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein. See no other questions at the moment. Robin, we thank you for sitting here for a couple hours to hear us, but we go ahead and have you present.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Finkelstein. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Britt and city staff. I will, keep it relatively brief. You all know I can be very impassioned about Heartland and the service we provide to the community, and so I will not make your ears bleed with that any too much longer. But I do just want to reiterate that, Heartland is a core service as far as I'm concerned. We provide healthcare to anybody who walks through our doors, regardless of whether they have the ability to pay us or not. And while that may seem like it is a questionably sustainable business model, we find ways to make it happen. But what we do need is to continue to be able to support those patients coming into our facility. Where we're at currently, we are completely at a space capacity. We do not have the ability to add any additional providers. We currently have about 90 staff on board with us. That's after the merger and acquisition of the Douglas County Dental Clinic. We're now seeing at Heartland, we had about 8,000 unique patients last year. Douglas County Dental Clinic adds somewhere around 3,000 to 4,000 unique patients. And so those patients are receiving services at Heartland. This new facility will allow us the opportunity to provide growth and expansion, to really be part of the city's hub and core services for 20, 30, 40, 60 years. It'll predate all of us in this, or post-date all of us in this room. But our request would be really to say that, as we look at what Heartland does for the community, we were among the first. March 16th, we had our COVID tent up to make sure that we were protecting our staff and our community to do exterior screening. We will answer the call. That's who we are. It's what we do. And so we respectfully ask that you help make this just a tiny bit easier for us when it comes to some of these opportunities that may exist to help make this a bit more affordable, because times are tough.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. Robin, questions for Robin? I do not have anyone signed up for public comment on this item.
This Commissioner Bowley, excuse me, could we hear from the Alcove Development, please?
Oh, sure. Dustin, would you like to?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Dustin Baker with Alcove Development.
we're a local, Alcove Development's a local real estate developer here in Lawrence. And some of the previous projects that we've been involved with that are similar to this are the conversion of the Eagles Lodge building at 1803 West 6th into the new home of Panda Pediatric, as well as the old Montana Mike's Steakhouse building, converting that to the new home of Lawrence Eye Care. And in this project in particular, Alcove Development represents the ownership of the building, and that is T&M Properties, which is owned by Tom and Marilyn Dopsky. Tom and Marilyn are super excited about this project. They've sat down many a times with Robin and listened to all the necessary services that are provided by Heartland Community Health Clinic. So the ownership group is really ecstatic to take this property that's located at 1312 West 6th Street. It's basically a 23,000 square foot building that used to, previously it was housed by and operated by Anderson Rentals. Prior to that, it was a Dillon's grocery store. So it's in need of a much needed facelift. Part of the project will be a new roof, everything, pretty much everything brand new except for the slab, and the walls will be brand new on site. Some of the other partners on this project are local. Sabatini Architect and Lance Adams Architect are the designers of the project. Dean Grove with Grove Engineering is the civil, and then we selected Marland Construction to be the general contractor on the project. So we're super excited, and we're ready to get started, and we're here to support Robin and Heartland Community Health Clinic, and I'll answer any questions as it revolves around the project.
Vice Mayor Finkel, thank you, Dustin, for that, and thank you for all your efforts on this project. I'll just real quick say I don't have anyone signed up. Sherry, is there anyone present to speak on this item?
No, there isn't.
Okay. I bring it back to the commission for questions and comments.
Commissioner Bowley, I'm happy to receive this and would like to consider it for the incentives.
This is Vice Mayor Finkel. I certainly would as well. I think as Britt pointed out, in most of the cases, they wouldn't be paying taxes at all if they were operating either in a city or hospital building. And so certainly I think this is worthy of consideration and certainly a worthy project to support.
Commissioner Larson, I would fully support moving this on to the perk. Again, I agree with what the Vice Mayor as well as Commissioner Bowley said, that this is a project worthy of taking a closer look at.
Commissioner Shipley, anything to add before we?
You don't need me. You don't need me, but I fully agree with everyone. It's a very important asset to our community.
Then I would look for a motion.
Commissioner Larson, I move that we receive the request from Heartland Community Health Clinic and Alcove Development, T&M Properties LLC, and for Economic Development Assistant to redevelop the property located at 1312 West 6th Street in Lawrence, Kansas, into the new home of Heartland Community Health Clinic. If appropriate, refer the request to staff for analysis into the Public Incentives Review Committee for review and recommendation. Set a public hearing date of December 1st, 2020.
This is Commissioner Bowley, I'll second that.
Vice Mayor Finkel, we have a motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Bowley to approve item number 4. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkel, aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you very much, and we'll see you guys back on December 1st. I believe that's our public hearing date. Moving on to item number 5, which is to receive an enterprise resource planning software request for proposal by Barry Dunn.
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening, Commission. Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I want to introduce you tonight to Michelle Dotson, who's with Barry Dunn. Very briefly, before she begins, I just want to take a moment to thank the members of the team that have been working on this project so far, and we'll be evaluating the request for proposals when they come in. That's Marlo Cohen from the HR department, Mark Hecker from the Parks and Recreation department, Amber Schultz from the Municipal Services and Operations department, Brandon Thorngate from the Planning and Development department, and Jim Wisdom from the Information Technology department. Without their help and assistance, we wouldn't be where we are now with this project. So I sincerely appreciate their help and the help of all the city staff who helped craft this RFP. And now I'll turn it over to Michelle Dotson. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Michelle Dotson, Barry Dunn Consulting. I am sharing my screen, so hopefully you can see that. And good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to provide, as Jeremy said, a brief update on what we're calling Phoenix Rising. So I have some slides prepared to take us through some quick highlights here. So Phoenix Rising is the project name that the city has chosen for the project that is replacing the current aging ERP or Enterprise Resource Planning software known as Enterprise or Harris Enterprise. That probably sounds familiar. That's currently being used to support mission critical functions in finance, HR, and community development, an industry term for what we know as planning and development services here. And my team and I at Barry Dunn have been retained to help guide the city through the process of evaluating options for replacing that software. So as you can see with our agenda here, wanted to provide just a few updates on where we've been at work since this project last came before you. I'll start with a little bit of project background and cover what's been accomplished so far, and then we'll spend most of our time on the next steps. But as you're well aware, the city went live with the current enterprise software in 2009. And so that system currently serves about 850 employees, with 300 of those users being considered most active. And really for all of those users, there's some clear limitations in what the software can't do. And so the use of that software today is really added to by a number of manual processes and processes that require a lot of paper shuffling. And so the city identified its intent to move forward with the project to consider options for new software and issued a request for proposal for consulting services to assist with that in November 2019. Our team at Barry Dunn responded to that and was successfully selected to be put under contract with the commission, approving that in March of this year. So that's a little background on the project, just to give you a quick reminder of the different functional and business areas that are in scope for the project. Here's a detailed list of those. You'll see finance is at the top of the slide there, and then HCM or human capital management is a common industry term. That's why we've used that label there, but that really encompasses all of the HR functions throughout the city, as well as payroll. So you can see those listed there as well. And then last but not least, community development, again, that industry term, but we're really talking about planning and development services there, is also included in the scope of the project. Just another context slide here. The project timeline is shown in front of you here, and we've completed phases 1 through 3 of the project at this point. Those phases are culminating in the issuance of an RFP for software vendors to respond to, and I'll talk more about that momentarily, but wanted to depict here with this visual that we are through 3/5 of the project, and I'll go into a little bit more detail here about what we've accomplished. So phase 1 was project coordination and initiation. We've pulled out some highlights here. There was certainly more to the work effort, but in the interest of what's most important, wanted to focus on some highlights of that work effort. As Jeremy mentioned, there's a team of city staff that we meet with on a recurring biweekly basis, and they've really been fundamental to the effort. And there's about 8 staff members on that team, and they're helping provide leadership and guidance as the city partners with Barry Dunn through this process. So project coordination and initiation really continues throughout the life of the project to keep those recurring status meetings going. And then we also did some initial planning efforts, including the project plan and a kickoff meeting. The second phase focused on requirements analysis, and really what this entailed, again at a high level, is that we wanted to make sure the process was inclusive and representative of staff needs throughout the organization. So when we talk about functions of finance, HR and payroll, and community development, we of course realize that those functions are not only limited to the departments with those titles, that these functions have involvement from every city department. And so the requirements analysis portion gave several different opportunities for staff throughout all departments to engage with the process. And we saw a lot of great participation. I think most of the names on this meeting tonight actually are very familiar to us, so that's great again, and we appreciate the engagement from staff. They participated in a web survey, in Zoom interviews, since this was during our pandemic situation here, but those are very productive, and those culminated in a written report titled the Requirements Analysis Report that really identified the position that the city finds itself in terms of the technology it has, what the limitations are currently, and how to move forward to address those. And then last on this slide, the RFP development is the most recent phase that we've just crossed through, and that consisted of software demonstrations to help city staff understand what was available on the market today and how that contrasted with the enterprise system, which many of them have only worked with in their professional career and didn't necessarily have insight into modern functionality. So that was a key educational component, followed by the actual build of the system requirements for the system to be selected and the development of the request for proposal package itself. I'll talk just a little bit more about the development of that RFP package, and then we'll talk about the next steps in the process. But a couple of key characteristics of the process that we always like to point out is that first, we took a structured process, but also built in a good amount of flexibility there. So the city is in a position where it really wants to understand what options are available to it and doesn't have too many preconceived notions that would limit its ability to find the best value on the market for its needs. So the first point here in blue really is meant to say here that whether it's an end-to-end solution that covers every single functional area in one software system, or if it's several different packages that together achieve that same purpose, the city will have some flexibility in identifying what the best fit for the city's needs are. So we've structured, but also allowed for flexibility. The second thing to note is that this methodology has been proven and successfully worked for a number of similar clients. And so we feel confident that the approach we're taking is, again, going to meet the best needs of the city. Barry Dunn, as a consulting firm, has no allegiances or obligations to any software vendors. We're working solely in the city's interest. And so we're excited to see what responses come in. And then finally, again, just noting the collaborative approach that was taken in developing the RFP, as I've already spoken to a moment ago. Here's just a quick visual of the different components that went into that RFP package. It's quite a good sized package, but for good reason. We're covering a lot of ground with different functionalities here. And we want to make sure that, of course, the business needs are met, but also that that's balanced with the technical needs being met as well from an IT perspective. So lastly, we wanted to remind you of the upcoming steps in the process. Of course, you're probably well aware of most of this information, if not all of it. But lastly, we just wanted to talk about upcoming steps. So here's a graphic showing what immediately will transpire in the next couple of months. In November, next month, we will receive vendor proposals. Those are due on the 16th. And then the evaluation committee, which is comprised of city staff, will go through scoring processes as well as remote software demonstrations conducted over Zoom, so they can see not just whether vendors can, for example, cut a payroll check or cut an AP check, but they can really see how vendors do that. Can they do that with 5 clicks, or does it take 20? Is it clunky, or is it easy for staff to use and going to visibly improve their work processes? So here are some of the steps that we'll be going through, and that'll really take us through February when we conduct final scoring activities. So I'll finish here with just one more representation visually of the timeline here. As we mentioned, we have completed the first 3 of the 5 phases. We'll be moving into the evaluation of vendor proposals come November when those are received. And then we'll finish the process of the selection with what we call implementation planning documents, which is really going to help the city bridge between the work it's done to date and what is required to carry out a successful implementation in the coming months and years. So hopefully that gave you a good picture of where we're at with Project Phoenix Rising. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, any questions for Michelle? I do have just a curiosity question. How many vendors do you think will respond to this? Is this a 2 or 3, or is this a 15 or 20?
So on Monday, yesterday, actually, we had a pre-proposal conference call where any interested vendors could participate and ask questions. And we had about 20 vendors, I believe, engage with that. So maybe not 20 responses. We'll see. Some of them may partner, but we do feel confident it would be more than 2 or 3, and maybe more between 5 and 10 ultimately.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, thank you for that. Other questions?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, I had a question. So is this software that will be pretty much off the shelf type software, or will it's being specifically built for our needs? And is it one that would allow us to update it versus having to change our own system, since that's kind of what we're doing right now from 2009. That was only 11 years ago.
Yeah, Michelle Dotson, Buried in Consulting. Certainly the city staff may want to chime in here as well, but by and large, what the approach is that we've taken is that commercial off-the-shelf software will allow you to do some configuration without having to delve into the customizations that sometimes for local government in particular can mean added cost and complexity to maintain. So when we wrote the requirements, we found that there wasn't really an immediate view of anything needing customization. But when vendors respond, we'll be able to confirm that, and they'll provide cost information and work effort associated with any of that customization. So the city has that full picture before they decide if they want to do a customized route or more of a configurable route. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, Commissioner Armstrong, thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, other questions? I'm certainly looking forward to the process and seeing what we get, and certainly think it'll be a upgrade to all the processes that we've been working on. But I do not have anyone for public comment. I should ask Sherry or Porter if anyone is present to speak on this item.
No, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. I think our only action is to receive it, so if there's no other questions or comments, we will deem it received, and thank you, Michelle, for sitting through that meeting and giving that presentation.
This Commissioner Will, I'd like to add my thanks to to everyone who's been working on this. Really appreciate the work.
Yes. Agreed. Thank you very much. We will move to agenda item 6. Consider approving a special event permit for a temporary sanctioned campground at 201 Main Street, Woody Park.
Good evening, Commissioners. Luke Mortensen, planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. I will kind of leave some of the background, and we've already touched on portions of this special event earlier off the consent agenda. And so I'll leave most of the background and kind of the process to both Derek Rogers with Parks and Rec and Jill Jollicoeur with the county. But I will briefly explain kind of how this ended up in your lap as a special event. I'll begin by just noting that the Land Development Code use, campground use as part of our transient habitation use group, is a permitted use in the OS open space district. Woody Park is zoned OS. It's permitted with a special use permit. The reason we landed on a special use event was the temporary nature of the proposed sanctioned campground. And Derek can speak more to this, but the goal is to kind of go November through, I believe, March is kind of the proposed timeline. Based off that temporary nature, based on the temporary physical conditions of the site, we thought the special event process was going to be the quickest and most efficient to get this community need addressed. Let me just quick run through my notes really quick. We are still working, so you'll see on the actual special event permit itself, we are still wrapping up conversations with LPD. Lieutenant Ryan Halstead is our special event reviewer from the police department, and we're working with Chief King and Chief Schneider in the fire prevention division to make sure that all their final comments are addressed. We won't release any special event permit until those two groups are happy. And so the approval tonight would be approve the special event as permitted or as presented, and then staff would wrap up those final conversations. We actually just wrapped up our fire review today. I think that about covers it. I can answer questions related to the special event. Derek and Jill can also probably answer some additional questions. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Derek, why don't you go next? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Derek Rogers, Director of Lawrence Parks Recreation. Thank you, Lucas, for setting this up. I think the first thing I would like to do is just start off with a little background of how this got started, so you can, for those that don't know, how we ended up with the county, a nonprofit, and the city involved in this endeavor. So Lawrence, when we started with the COVID, we stood up the Unified Command, and part of that was the Emergency Support Function 6, which dealt with housing and emergency requirements dealing with COVID. Going back as far as I can remember, and I've lived in Lawrence all my life, there's always been homeless camping in our parks in our city in a informal, unsanctioned camping way, and continue today. So before we started the Unified Command, one of the things we had noticed in the Parks and Recreation was this year there seemed to be an increased number of homelessness and folks in our parks. As we stood up the emergency services, there was also guidance on recommendations from the CDC on how to support the homeless and during the time of COVID. And one of our taskings of ESF 6, which included Jill Jollicoeur from Douglas County and Matthew Falk, Bert Nash, and other nonprofits, was tasked with providing or looking into a sanctioned formal campsite with rules. So that's how this came about. And even though this function of the emergency support function 6, and that piece of the unified command stood down, we continued to work to this project, and we got to where we are today and what you see in a proposal with the special permit in conjunction with our working with Plans Development Services. At this time, I'd like to hand it off to Jill Jolliker, Douglas County, for a PowerPoint, and we'll support and interject during the PowerPoint between Bert Nash and myself.
Thanks, Derek. I'm going to go ahead and do a share screen. Hopefully that's showing up. I think you all got a draft of this in your agenda packet, but we'll just walk through it real quickly and kind of hit the high points of it. Okay, so real quick, why an open campsite for unsheltered homeless in our community? Primary reason was COVID response to COVID-19 to provide sanitation, access to hygiene facilities and potable water, connection to services to promote recovery and barrier reduction, and trying to, with the growing homeless problem, requiring new strategies for the unique populations among our homeless. Derek mentioned Matthew Falk being a part of our efforts, along with a lot of stakeholders from other homeless serving agencies. And the more I engage around issues of homelessness, the more I have a deepened appreciation for the spectrum of needs that individuals in the homeless community have. There's a large, diverse spectrum, and this is one spectrum and one subset of that population that we hope to serve with this project. The CARES Act funding made it possible, and the funding that was available to respond to COVID-19, with the support from our community providers that have been working with the homeless, and with the ongoing support of what used to be ESF 6, Emergency Support Function 6, out of the Unified Command, which evolved into Recovery Support Function, RSF 3, that continues today under the same Housing and Human Services. This has stayed one of our goal areas and has continued to have the support of a broad subset of the Housing and Human Services partners that are on that team. About the campsite, it's temporary. And as Lucas mentioned, a short-term approach that utilizes the CARES Act funding, which is short-term in nature, and that it has to be utilized by the end of the calendar year. Our goal is to serve up to 20 individuals who will be screened by human service providers for placement that will be based upon their mental and physical vulnerability and their willingness to comply with the code of conduct, which we'll show you a copy of later in the presentation. They'll have access to personal, socially distanced campsite with a tent, sleeping pallet, restrooms, the shower and laundry facilities that Derek shared earlier in the agenda tonight, secure storage for their lockers for food, personal belongings, and a managed community to promote just overall high functioning and safety and smooth operations, with fencing to ensure the resident safety and privacy. The trailers they'll be located on site that include the shower and the restrooms, laundry, we mentioned that before, and provide a safe space for the residents to engage with community partners from agencies like Bert Nash, even Health Department, Heartland, things like that nature that they may need to connect with. The trailers are portable, so they can be tapped or connected to the utilities if need be, with and the permitting and infrastructure is available. So these are permanent assets, as we talked about earlier in the conversation, that can be utilized after the lifespan of this campsite project to serve this population or to serve in response to an emergency or natural disaster. 24/7 management. Very soon, when we started talking about this, emerged as being something that was a priority to the neighborhood and the surrounding area stakeholders that we engaged early in this process. So the city hopes to contract with a management partner to provide 24/7 staffing of the site to ensure the operations meet the programmatic, individual, resident, and the community expectations associated with it. And I talked about this a minute ago, but residents will be connected with community partner agencies, which will include but not limit Heartland RADAC, Bert Nash, with an overall goal of active engagement and recovery and a connection to housing. The site considerations, as we talked about a little bit at the outset of this conversation, but Derek and I and Matthew began one of our first conversations on this project was with city planning staff, and along with planning staff and some other folks that we included in the stakeholder group, we reviewed multiple potential sites for this campsite, including sites that had the following criteria. They were outside flood zones. They were within the land use zoning codes where camping is permitted. They had adjacency to area service providers to provide those easy connections, and then the neighborhood considerations. Lucas mentioned the land development code where those districts are permitted. And for all these reasons and the site considerations that we talked about, Woody Park emerged continually as the most viable location to pursue this temporary short-term campsite. So the tool that we identified with the really great assistance from city planning staff was the temporary special event permit, which is before you all tonight. And it allows for a limited time frame that clearly articulates the intention that we have with this program, this project, and the commitments that we've made to the neighborhood association and to the administration at LMH that we've been working with along the way, as well as human service providers like Bert Nash and the Lawrence Community Shelter. So our timeline is very largely depends on tonight's conversation. But obviously we did have to wait until the state of Kansas approved the CARES Act funding proposal. We weren't going to make any movement until that was done. But the hope is to begin working with a management partner and kind of a multidisciplinary screening team with whether it's the Lawrence Community Shelter or Bert Nash Community Mental Health Center to start indicating or identifying and who the folks will be that will be screened for the intakes once the site is set up in early to mid-November. And it will be open at a minimum until the end of December. But our goal is, if we're able to secure some additional funding, to keep it open from into February or March at the latest, when the camp would be closed. We've shared that very openly with the neighborhood association and with the LMH administration, that at a minimum it's December 30th, but at a maximum, our goal would be to keep it open through February or March. I want to real quick, I'm gonna actually hand it off to Derek here to highlight some of our project stakeholders and leadership in this process.
So before we, Derek Rogers, Lawrence Parks and Recreation Director, before we had Woody Park as a potential site. So before we really started going, one of the folks I reached out to was the grandson of the namesake of Woody Park, Elgin Woody, and talked about the proposal with him. He's supportive. He thought his grandfather would be supportive. His grandfather was about helping kids and would be about helping people. So that was the first contact. And then we did reach out to the Pinckney Neighborhood Association, their leadership first, and the LMH administrative staff to discuss the project, which overall they're all supportive of the project. It doesn't mean that they don't have questions, and if there are questions that exist around homeless and will continue to exist around homeless. But I think the key point that both organizations and the Elgin or the Woody family were on was for this temporary pilot program, it needed to be temporary and it wasn't a permanent site. And so that was one of the points that was key and helped us pick the permit application that was used with PDS. There are questions that are difficult to answer, and they're going to be difficult to answer, whether they're in an informal, unsanctioned camping, which is currently going on all over Lawrence and our parks on city property, private property along the river, that will still be there. But I think we also believe that in a sanctioned campsite where the most vulnerable physically and mentally, and those willing to abide by a code of conduct, that the management of this project should hopefully address some of those in a better way than is currently being addressed in our current state of the way we're doing business. I'll turn it back to Jill.
Thanks, Derek. And yeah, I'm going to pull up the code of conduct. Wait, I am. Hold on a second. But we did, Derek mentioned on September 19th, we presented at the Pinckney Neighborhood Association meeting. I believe Commissioner Larson participated in that conversation with us or observed it. And then this past Friday, we presented to a group of administrative stakeholders at LMH. So this is a draft code of conduct that we've put together that's modeled after similar projects around the country that have created codes of conduct to accompany sanctioned campsites that have been located in different parts of communities that are reflective of the desires of the surrounding neighborhood. And that's what we're committed to doing with this project. So this has changed already quite a few times to be responsive to the concerns and conversations that we've had with folks with Pinckney Neighborhood and LMH. So I won't read this word for word, but we are trying to address what I know would be anyone's concerns regarding who will be residing on this campsite. Will they be folks with a troublesome history that could endanger not the lives of the surrounding neighborhood, but their fellow residents at the camp? So you can see here that there will be background checks done. There will be no sex offenders on the site. There won't be any, condoned drinking or drug consumption on the site, and zero tolerance for theft of any kind. The camp residents will be expected to submit to searches to that extent to promote the safety, do checking in and checking out at when they want to leave and arrive to keep track of folks. Again, it will be a fenced area. The optics of which we've gotten some comments regarding, and that does the image of a fence that you're keeping folks locked in or imprisoned in a sense. And if anything, it's quite the opposite. The fencing is to make the folks that are residing there feel safe. They can come and go as they please. They just need to check in and check out so we can keep track of who's there and who's not for the safety of everybody. But the fence is there to protect the privacy and the safety and the dignity of the residents that are staying there, which we think is a key part of their recovery and hopeful connection to housing. One of the things I'll just highlight real quick, and then I'll show you the most recent version of the site layout with some help. I'll let Derek walk you through that. We talk here in the paragraph here about the importance of being courteous to neighbors and no loitering around the village or the campsite or whatever we'll call it, surrounding area, no trespassing on private property, things of that nature. And this is a document that residents will be asked to sign and keep as a accountability measure that the camp management will utilize as a tool for accountability moving forward. There is earlier in here, you'll see, one violation or a series of escalating consequences if there's a violation of any of these. So that was another request that came out of conversations with some of our stakeholders. Derek, I'll pull up the campsite if you want to talk through. I'll try to make it a little bigger.
And Derek is Director of Lawrence Parks Recreation. When she pulls that up, I just want to discuss that if the sanctioned campsite is approved tonight, improvements on will be ongoing to address concerns for occupants, LMH, and residents in the neighborhood. Flexibility and continuous improvement will be ongoing during this pilot program, and the layout of the campsite will continue to become more efficient. And utilities will continue to work with our city departments and other agencies to ensure that we're complying with city code and trying to address the needs going forward. So this is Woody Park, the north side. Down here at the very bottom is the ball field. One of the concerns, and we listened to concerns, and that's why you would see that the code of conduct had changes, had additions from the neighborhood association, from members of the Picnic Neighborhood Association. The red line is a fence. The fence is temporary. It can be lifted out if we need to get emergency vehicles in there. You have an entry exit point, and you'll have a management tent site to check people in. And then what you're seeing here is the plan. The proposal is to run electricity to these sites that can be utilized for needs of the individuals that are on site. The shower and latrine trailers, the plan is to hook them into sewer, and they need electrical outlets, so that's what they're doing here. Some of the concerns are, the big picture concerns, the questions are, what if somebody's told 3 strikes you're out, where do they go? We're hoping, our plan is as management, starting at this prove tomorrow, Parks and Rec will be the lead on this. And this is going to be something that's going to be one of our priority projects. It's something that the city is going to have to take the lead on, and our department is. We'll also have support, obviously, from social services, Burt Nash, and that was part of the reason that the location is where it is. Besides being on the floodplain, it's close to social services. Part of the management plan is to have case management involved. What some people may not understand, and I didn't until I started working with some of the nonprofits, was the homeless population is not static, it's dynamic. And the nonprofits do a great job of getting folks from houselessness into a sheltered location, whether they be apartments or in some cases they're hotels. Each function of the nonprofits, we have some that are focused on families. This is more aimed at the individual campers, and you have different funding sources. So the CARES funding is what we use for the campsite, whereas Burt Nash and Matt Falk has gone in for a different set of funds to try to move people into sheltered locations. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matthew Falk from Burt Nash to hear some of his input. And after the proposals, we'll gladly accept questions.
Hello, thank you. This is Matthew Falk with Burt Nash. I'm here to answer questions if you have them as well. You may have about this project. As Derek mentioned, some of the funding that we've received through what are called emergency solutions. That's a city application. We operate a rapid rehousing program on behalf of the city through your overall contract with the state or the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. One of the main targets that we're going to use with that fund would be households in this encampment. There's a little bit of process that's involved with that. Those are federal dollars. And there's a federally mandated process that we have to go through to access those funds, meaning that individuals have to be, I guess, screened through what's called a coordinated entry team, and they have to undergo a risk assessment, and they're triaged according to that risk assessment. But these are ESG COVID dollars, so we're supposed to be using them to address the issue of COVID and homelessness and provide rapid rehousing in that vein, or with the spirit of that in mind. So that would be one of the main tools that we would use. We would also partner with Family Promise and tenants to homeowners to utilize the rental assistance dollars that they have requested and been awarded through CARES as well. And we would try to make this a kind of a group effort and a network-wide effort. Also working with Artists Helping the Homeless and Lawrence Community Shelter to provide hotel stays if we can, and for folks, and really try to keep the flow moving and try to keep people exiting at a good click, so we don't have a stagnation of folks. I mean, that's our goal. Again, this is temporary and kind of a proof of concept. And I think one thing to keep in mind is that this is not going to solve, as Derek mentioned, all the camping issues that are ongoing and have been ongoing within the community. But this provides us a model for possibly adding another tool to our toolbox of services. This is not meant to be a solution of any sort. This is meant to really be again, a tool that we're using in respect to COVID, and as well as the larger camping issue that we're experiencing right now. I can tell you that the statistics that we've been collecting, we indicate there's over 100 individuals who are camping in and around the community at this time. So the population is large, with 20 individuals entering this space. That's not going to solve the problem, but hopefully this can help, and it can provide us, again, another means to do better and to find better solutions.
Derek Rogers, Parks and Recreation Director. At this point, we'll turn it over to questions.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that presentation. And I know others might have questions. I have a couple I can start with. Matthew, how does the number of campers who are currently experiencing compare to the historical in your experience? I mean, it seems like it's more, but I guess I'd ask for your expertise.
It's more. And of course, that ebbs and flows throughout the year and with the seasons. A large contributing factor right now that I think we can't ignore is that the shelter system is operating at a significantly lower capacity than it would traditionally be operating. So for instance, the Lawrence Community Shelter, which is zoned for 125 beds, is currently sleeping around 30. So that in and of itself is a large factor in why people are camping. They literally just don't have anywhere else to go. That also is a factor in kind of the problems that they're experiencing as they camp. People, when they're in a sheltered situation or when they're in another kind of program, their lives would be a little bit better. While they're camping, things are pretty hard. So part of this is to also add some structure. And again, although a sanctioned campsite is not a solution, it's something that will add more structure, not only to the population, but to service providers. And in that vein, will hopefully help with some of the ancillary issues that we're experiencing with just widespread camping right now. But I would say, yes, the numbers are higher than they typically have been in the past, both because of COVID. Right, that's my take on it. We don't have enough information. We're not far enough along to say that this is not really COVID related and as a result of the lower capacity of the shelter system.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that. And I mean, obviously you can't comment, but the other part of the short-term nature of this would be the hope that, and I know we'll be hearing from Renee in I think 2 weeks, but that, come February or March, some of the construction will be done at the center and the numbers will be greater. A kind of a related question, and maybe this is for Maria, if she's online. Would this location be considered available housing such that our ordinance, in the downtown ordinance, camping ordinance, would allow, so basically allow enforcement, I guess, to move some of these folks into the campsite?
Good evening, Maria Garcia, Assistant City Attorney. Vice Mayor, I believe you're referring to a recent amendment to the illegal camping ordinance that the Commission adopted in July of this year. That ordinance changed the language of the ordinance to say that it is not illegal camping for a person to camp as it is defined in the ordinance if there is no overnight shelter available. In certain areas of the city, they would be allowed to camp, and overnight shelter is defined in the ordinance as a public or private shelter with available overnight space that is open to an individual or family unit experiencing homelessness at no charge. And so I think the definition is broadly written, and that was intentional to account for situations like this one. And so I think that the camp that we are discussing tonight would qualify as an overnight shelter under that ordinance, such that if there's no available space at this particular location, then a person could potentially not be in violation of that illegal camping ordinance.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, thank you for that. I guess on a related question, Matthew, you mentioned there's a discussion of 20 people obviously being able to stay there at one time, but certainly the goal is to serve a lot more than 20 people as they come into the site, hopefully receive other services, maybe find housing, and so certainly the goal is to serve many more than 20 people, I would hope.
Yeah, Matthew Falk with Bert Nash. Yes, that is the goal. Be mindful, right now we're on a pretty short timeline. This is per CARES going to be December 30th. Our hope is that we can use the second round of ESG to find some more programming money to sustain it into February and March. I'm operating the rapid rehousing program now, and there are other factors that play into the expediency with which that is actually rapid rehousing. The main factor of which is the availability of vacancies within the community. So landlords who have vacant units and are willing to rent to the individuals that we're working with. And of course, there's a lot of factors that go into that, their background, their income, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I will say that the way I've built the rapid rehousing program is that we are able to provide up to 12 months of rental assistance. So at least my hope is that we can mitigate concerns that landlords might have about rent not being paid after a few months. I can provide robust rental assistance to this program for those persons who we're serving. So hopefully that will help in negotiating vacancies and letting people in the door.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, so if I hear what you're saying, if we could get more landlords or more in apartment complexes or others willing to rent, you have the funds to place people.
Yes, the total allocated for rapid rehousing was 431,000. 42,000 of that is allocated to hire a case manager that would be dedicated to working with those households specifically. As my teams are stretched very thin, I'm struggling on bandwidth to cover all the bases here. So that will be a welcome addition, and I'm looking for that position right now. I have a search out right now. Yes, that would be the main issue, is finding landlords that will let us in the door.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, thank you. Those are all the questions I have at the moment. Other questions for Derek or Jill or Matthew? Seeing no questions, I have one person signed up for public comment. We can go to that, and if anyone's present in the commission room. But Eleanor Gardner, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you to the commission for this opportunity to speak. And I just want to acknowledge that homelessness is an absolutely important thing for us to be considering, and to, they are community members and they deserve our support. But there are some concerns that as the neighborhood coordinator for the Pinckney Neighborhood Association, I've been made aware of at least 10 different residents who are worried about things like, what happens if there is an influx of people looking for housing in this temporary campsite, and they are not able to either get in because the 25 spots are full, or that they're unwilling to abide by the code of conduct where do they go? Is it likely that they would then take up, residents in Clinton Park and other nearby parks like Sandra Shaw Park, where we have had existing folks living there in tents, and in certain instances there have been some really unpleasant interactions, and so we're looking for tools and resources so that everybody can live together safely, and that residents don't see negative impacts on our property, our property values, things like that. If this is viewed as, a sort of a trial project, is it likely that then this site would be considered for a longer term project? Those kinds of concerns, I think, are real. And the fact that the group met with the Pinckney Neighborhood Association on September 19th, but they didn't indicate that this was like a decision where we were providing our yes or no vote. That was not made clear to us. And there are many residents who are upset to learn that by not sharing an immediate opposed or an immediate, like, hold on, let's think about this, that was viewed as support. So it just seems like there's been a little bit of lack of communication from the group that's proposing it. And that's pretty much all that I have to say. I do recognize the importance of the situation and want to see it be positive for everybody.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, thank you for those comments and for the work you do with Pinckney. Porter or Sherry, are there any persons in person which would like to speak on this matter?
No, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. I bring it back to the commission for discussion, questions.
This is Commissioner Boley. I guess I'm interested in a response from the team about the situation that Ms. Gardner's raised with regard to people who are not allowed in for one reason or another to the site. What is, if there's a plan to accommodate them somehow?
This is Jill, and I'll start, and then I'll hand it off to Eric or Matthew if they want to add anything. I think our first line of response would be working with Matthew and his team. They're the folks who are most often called out to try to be a first line of response for folks experiencing homelessness in the community. They're obviously at max limit right now because there's a lot of folks out there, but they do their best to try to respond to the greatest extent possible. But it's a great opportunity to plug. They always need more resources. I think it's an amazing resource that we have in the community, but it's also one of the most under-resourced resources in the community. But I don't think anyone wants to be looking to our partners with law enforcement. But obviously that's, I think they are going to be, if there is instances of hostility or violence, I think that's going to have to be something that we'll have to do. I think that our stakeholder group will probably have to expand here soon to include whether it's Captain Halstead or maybe even Susan. Why can't I think of Susan's last name? Matthew, with the co-responder unit, trying to find as many non-law enforcement responses to try to address the need and hopefully avoid it to the greatest extent possible. And I did want to say our primary means of communicating with the neighborhood has been, we've had Nick Kitzmarek and Barton Littlejohn attending all of our stakeholder meetings. They receive all of our project team emails. So I feel like we've been doing our level best to try to be as transparent as possible with the neighborhood. Ms. Gardner's correct that we did not go into that September 19th meeting asking for a formal vote. but the sense that we got from leaving that meeting was that we did not hear concerns specifically to this proposal that appeared to be barriers to us that we couldn't address with modifications moving forward, and a commitment to make sure that we continue to keep Nick and Bart on our project planning team throughout the life of the project.
Could I possibly respond to this? This is Eleanor Gardner.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. Let's go ahead and let Matthew and Derek respond, and then I'll go ahead and let you respond after they answer.
And Derek Rogers, Lawrence Parks and Recreation Director. Our perspective from the city, from Parks and Rec in particular, we are involved every week, and in a lot of cases every day, interacting with homeless, whether they're in our parks, in our shelters, camping along the river. And every week I'd love to say that if we don't have issues of bad interactions with homeless camping around Lawrence with the public or the homeowners, but it happens, and it happens weekly where our staff is out addressing those issues, and we try to meet the needs of the most serious concerns first. To Eleanor's point, a great example is Clinton Park Shelter, and one of the individuals from the Pinckney neighborhood has had concerns about people who have been staying in the Pinckney shelter, and we've been working diligently and partnering with Bert Nash to resolve that issue. And Eleanor, try to catch you on the phone maybe next week. If that's still going on, let me know, and we'll continue to work the process. The Pinckney neighborhood, in my opinion, and Matthew can correct me if I'm wrong, probably has one of the highest populations of the homeless within Lawrence in their neighborhood association. They're a very caring neighborhood, and some of the things that come along with the homeless are stories that Eleanor has shared in an email to Jill and I about personal interactions that haven't been pleasant and need to be addressed. And I think those are things that, as Parks and Recreation stands up to piece in Woody Park, that we can be more facilitative, and I think in some cases more responsive in that respect. And with that, I'll pass to Matthew.
Matthew Falk with Bernash. I would echo that. I think it's important to, one, understand that the issues that are happening are real. I don't want to sugarcoat this. The folks who are in the homeless population, a lot of them have distinct problems, but those issues are going on regardless of whether we have a sanctioned campsite or not. And the challenges that we face in being able to provide a response and a solution exist whether that campsite is there or not. So, and I think in some sense they're separate in the sense of whether they, again, this is not going to provide a cross the community solution to those issues. We still have those problems, and what those problems highlight in my mind are that there is a distinct need that is community-wide. There's a huge spectrum of need within the homeless population, not all, some of which involve things that are very unpleasant, some of which involve injustices and inhumanities. And we as a community are not addressing them. That's why we have a very large homeless population across the country in respect to who we are as a nation. And that's just the reality. The reason we have 100+ people camping in Lawrence, Kansas is because we don't have the resources in place. Again, that's a large spectrum that includes residential treatment for, robust residential treatment for people who have substance use issues. That includes robust supportive housing for folks who have severe mental illness. And there's a large spectrum of need there. So we don't have an immediate solution for that. And when someone calls me and asks me what to do and they're having a conflict, I try to get as much information as I can. But a lot of times the advice I give them is, you need to call the police. Unfortunately, they're the only ones with the authority and the jurisdiction to step in and force some kind of outcome. We try to be there, and we will be there as best as we can to try to de-escalate any situation like that and to try to find a solution. And that's our job, and there's nothing more that we would want than to find a good solution for every one of those situations. But the reality is we don't have all the resources at our disposal to create that solution, and that's why we're where we are right now. In an ideal world, we wouldn't be proposing a camping solution for folks who are already camping. I mean, in some way that seems very odd, right? That's not the solution, but hopefully we will be working in the right direction with some of the things that we're going to try to achieve with this process. And you know, I have a hopeful outlook for the folks that will be serving with this campsite. And as Jill mentioned, we're going to be screening these, you know, the people that we're going to work with here. We're going to be targeting, we're going to be very conscientious about our efforts in how we're providing the service. We're going to be very, again, conscious of what we're doing around this specific project. Will that make all the other issues go away? No, it won't. That's a wider issue. I think in my mind, again, that's a separate issue.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I thank you. And usually we don't allow people to speak twice, but given the situation, Eleanor, I'd go ahead and let you respond to that.
Eleanor Gardner, 401 Mississippi Street. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak again, but I just wanted to specifically ask Jill, how having Bart and Nick on the planning committee and receiving emails, how that, if they're not allowed or chose not to communicate what they were learning until the September 19th meeting that you all presented at, how is that communicating with the rest of the residents? That just seems a little bit odd to me, and it makes it feel a little secretive, which I don't believe that that's the intent in any way, but that's just how it's been communicated to me that people are feeling, and it seems a little unfortunate, but that's how it is.
I can respond if that's all right. My understanding was that Bart and Nick were the primary folks to work with in the neighborhood association to start with. So that's where I started, and I wasn't aware of any other governance model or communications model. Bart is who Derek and I had primarily worked with in terms of how to have larger conversations and communications with the neighborhood. So I can't speak any further than that. There was I didn't have any other information to act upon.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I thank you. We'll bring it back to the commission for questions and comments. Vice Mayor Finkel, I guess I'll start. I remember back when we were at one point pre-COVID, and I don't remember when it was. I said if camping was our goal, we're shooting for the wrong goal. And here we are, months later, and now we're asking to approve a campground. And as Matthew said, I don't think this is a solution, but I think we find ourselves in a COVID-related situation where our shelter is at 30, 20, 25% capacity, undergoing major renovations so that it can get back to a safe place. But not only because of that, but because of COVID in general, I believe we have a problem that we need to address. And I do think that this is a step. This is a step that allows us to bring 20 people in at a time and work with them and provide them a safe place, but also provide us methods and possibilities to move them on to housing, to work with them, to stabilize them, to provide them services, and then to get them into housing and work with others. I mean, certainly we've seen in the downtown area and other areas in all of our parks, as Derek mentioned, I mean, not only in the Pinckney neighborhood, but other parks, we've seen an increased number of people camping because they have no other options. And this, I think, is a short-term step to help us address that. And certainly, I think it should be short-term in nature. I think that in February or March, it should be done, and we should be moving on, and hopefully moving on to much better solutions, including a shelter that at higher capacity, including more money, not only through the CARES Act, but through other federal programs that allow us to get people housed. I mean, those should be our goals, and they are our goals. And I know with people like Matthew working on this and the other social services, as well as Derek and Jill, I mean, I think we're heading in the right direction. I mean, I'm sure when Derek took this job, he didn't think that working with the homeless population was going to be one of his major duties. But that's where we find ourselves, and I appreciate the efforts that have been put forward to make this happen. And I certainly understand the concerns of the Pinckney neighborhood and the residents of the Pinckney neighborhood. I also understand, as Matthew pointed out, that it's a problem that exists today. I mean, I know today at Woody Park, there's people camping right there, maybe 3-4 tents camping right now. So if and no one's supervising them and no one's providing anything, if we can get them into a supervised setting and we can work with them and we can, I mean, I think there's ways that can help. I think if we don't do this, unfortunately, the Pinckney neighborhood is still going to have this, have a problem until we can find ways to address that, and that won't be until February or March. So certainly, I don't, no one thinks this is a panacea or a great solution, but I think it's a very important step given the situation we find ourselves in with the homeless situation, and I think this is a step forward and something we should proceed with.
This Commissioner Bully, I appreciate those comments, Vice Mayor, and I agree with them. I would like to express my gratitude to the team and Jill, especially with the county. I so appreciate, the work that you're doing. I think that communication is really important, and I appreciate that, with all the things that are going on in a neighborhood association, that it may not be the best thing for us to simply rely on a couple of people from the neighborhood association to do the communicating for us. And I would encourage us to, provide direct communication from the team to the people in the neighborhood. I think that is something that we need to provide as we go forward. Nick and Bart are wonderful guys, but they're busy, okay? And they do great stuff, but it's on us to communicate with the neighbors. And as we do this, as we approve this permit, I want it to be on us to communicate with the neighborhood. And that's a function of the team and the city government. And again, Jill, I so appreciate your work, and thank you so much.
Commissioner Larson here. I just want to pretty much echo what the Vice Mayor said and Commissioner Boley on most of it. I did sit in on that Pinckney meeting about a month ago, I think it was, or 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I felt it was very informative, and the way it was presented, I felt like it explained everything that basically we heard tonight, but then also took questions from the neighborhood, and I really appreciated that contact with them. But if there needs to be more discussions with the neighborhoods, then then we need to consider that. But it does seem like the group did reach out, but over communication is always better, I think, at times, especially when we're looking at doing some pretty significant changes in a neighborhood, or at least on a temporary basis. But then I also agree that this truly is a temporary situation, and we're still, we've got great folks working for long-term solutions, and all the work being done by Bert Nash, Matt, you over there, and the county. Jill, the work you're doing is just so important, and the way it's starting to unfold, I'm liking what I'm seeing, and I just would encourage everybody to continue to work on it. And I'll support this with the idea that we're going to continue to move forward and work on more long-term solutions. I might also add here, one thing I do like about the capital expenditures we're putting into this, those trailers are something that we're going to be able to use over the long term for many years for other emergency situations, in addition to this particular use. So I don't think that the money that we're spending on that is anything to sneeze at, and that we're going to be able to use those for other emergency situations. So I support this.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei? If not, I would, no other comments. I'd look for a motion, or if Commissioner Shipley wanted to add anything before we move. I'll go ahead and move for approval of the special event permit for a temporary sanctioned campground at 201 Main Street, Woody Park.
Is Commissioner Bowley a second?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. There was a motion by myself, a second by Commissioner Bowley. I vote yes. Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Approved on a 4-0 vote. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here and your work on this matter. Okay, done with the 6 agenda items. Moving on to commission items. Does anyone have a future agenda item to add? Does anyone have a future work session item to add? You all, like me, you've looked at our future agenda things and you don't want to add anything else. There's a lot going on. How about other items at this point?
Are you asking for things for us to take off?
Maybe later, maybe later.
Yeah, Commissioner, I have just one item that I would like to bring up. When I was reviewing the consent agenda, the item for the scooters was on there, and so I watched the multimodal transportation meeting on that. And one thing that was brought up regarding where the scooters can be used is one of the exceptions put into that ordinance was that they would be allowed to use the sidewalk on the Kansas River. What I didn't know is that bicycles aren't supposed to be ridden on that bridge crossing the Kansas River. So that really surprised me to hear that. And so they had to write an exception into the ordinance to allow scooters to be able to use that. So I would be interested at some time in the future having, if other commissioners were interested in having staff look at changing that, because, hundreds of bicycles go across there over time, and the fact that they're basically illegal, which is something that I do quite often, ride my bike across there to go to the levee. So it just makes sense that we would expand that to make sure it includes bicycles.
I admit I did not know it was illegal when I did it,
Yeah.
but I'd like to solve that by making it legal.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, I agree. I did not know that was illegal, so that'd be certainly worth looking at.
This Commissioner Bowley, I understand from you as a lawyer that ignorance of the law is no excuse.
It is not a defense. Excellent. Okay, if we have no other commission items, we'll turn it over to Craig for the city manager's report.
Craig Owens, City Manager. There's a whole number of items on there, which I know you've had a chance to look at, and we put out there for the public to see as well. Happy to answer any questions. I'll draw your attention to the utility bill one. You had asked that we bring this back for you to take a look at by now, and we just feel like there hasn't been many changes, except that we did receive CARES Act funding that can be part of the assistance of people with that. We're still taking a look at how that we can apply that. And so I would say it's still going to be a month or so before we could bring something back, but we still felt like considering the ongoing pandemic and the unchanging real situation that inspired this, we probably wouldn't have many changes, but we wanted to make sure we presented the data and that you knew we didn't forget about it. Other than that, many of these are updates on ongoing work. There is a lot going on and a lot leading to your agenda for decision items in the future, but happy to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, are there questions for Craig?
Commissioner Larson, I don't have any questions, but I did want to point out one of the items that's on there is the citizen engagement plan for the community development block grants. I just want to alert the neighborhoods that that program's getting started here in October, and encourage the neighborhoods that are impacted by this to make sure they let their voice be heard during this process.
I do think this is a public item. I have no one signed up to speak. Porter, is there anyone present to speak?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Bring it back to see if there's any other questions or comments. That's appreciate all the reports, and there's a lot of good information in there. And I guess the only one I would highlight is, you know, we did get some additional CDBG and ESG funds. I can't remember which one, and I know that given the conversation we had tonight, you know, I know there's lots of uses, possible uses for those funds, but I think we have a homeless issue that I'd be interested in seeing a lot of these funds focused on, given our situation. I know there's a process, but I just throw that out there as something to consider. And certainly, there certainly could be more money coming over time, but that's the money we do have. So. Okay, if no other comments on the city manager's report, we'll move to calendar items. And Sherry, I know you mentioned before the meeting you had something to say about the calendar.
Yes, Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. We wanted to discuss with you and have you all give some the November meetings. That first meeting in November is Election Day, and typically we try to have a lighter agenda. But we do have some regular agenda items that need to be heard that night. So we're recommending starting that meeting early.
Okay, yeah. Commissioner Larson, I'm okay with that.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, does anyone have any issues with that? I mean, looking at our future agenda, I don't think we can skip that meeting. So I do think maybe starting early and getting a few things done would be great, but.
Okay, and then Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. We also were looking at the second meeting, which is typically a study session, and changing that to a regular meeting. And that for the same reason, just to be able to facilitate moving some items forward that have specific timelines.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Vice Mayor Finkelstein, anyone have an objection to that?
Okay, again, Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. So at the next meeting, we'll just have that on consent, just approval of both of those changes. Is there a time we can look at the items and suggest a time for the start? Is there, unless you all have any specific direction on a start time for the first meeting?
This is Vice Mayor Finkelstein. I'm pretty flexible. I would make sure we obviously talk to the mayor about that. She has sometimes the toughest schedule amongst us. But do others have issues on a start time?
Mr. Rowley, I'm okay with what you guys come up with.
Vice Mayor Finkel, then I think we're pretty flexible, but obviously check with the mayor on that.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
Any other calendar items or issues by the commission?
Commissioner Larson, I move to adjourn.
Commissioner Bowley, second.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldauer. I have a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Lawson and a second by Commissioner Bowley. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldauer, aye. And we are adjourned. Thank you all very much. See you
Nice
next
job,
week.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Good job.